Beautiful. Just a little bit. Hey, there we go. All right. So I'm going to try to keep an eye on everything as per usual, but everything got kind of rearranged. So let me know if something's not working. Pull my multi-guest here. I am walking also on a treadmill, in case you're curious. Hey, Savvy Coops, good to see you. Jason Gut, Lewis, hey guys. Wes, Pia, I believe, Martin, you said you'll be asleep. Good to see that you're in the chat. You'll see this later. Navia, hey guys, it's good to see you all. Yeah, well, don't we all? Everything is so expensive right now. Exactly. Hey, what's up? Hey, TikTok. So I'll run through our what we're doing here. So my name's Vegan Stoner Lady. You can also call me Anna. I just want to know, why aren't you vegan yet? 18 and older only, please. I have some resources here, although my camera doesn't show my arm. Got some resources here. Dominion is a great documentary. It's free on YouTube. You can, like I said, you can watch it for free on YouTube. Below that, if you realize after watching what animals have to go through, which I think everybody should know what they're demanding, nutritionfacts.org is a great place to start, just because they give you the science behind what is healthy for a human and what does it mean to be healthy. So if you're concerned about your nutrition, but you don't want to demand animal abuse anymore, animal use, their exploitation, go to nutritionfacts.org, look at their vegan Dailey Dozen, or just kind of surf through their videos. It's kind of a fun website. You can find their videos on YouTube as well, also free. If you don't want to do all that, you can just Google vegan Dailey Dozen. It should pop right up. It's just a checklist of general food groups that you should eat, so many servings a day. It's really simple. And below that is veganeasy.org. There's also 10 Weeks to Vegan, which, I don't know, I'm kind of torn between the two. They're both really good. So whatever you want to do, look up a vegan challenge. If you want to talk to like a dietitian or something, find the one that works for you. But there's a lot of people out there that want to help you for free. So please take advantage of those resources. I'm going to slow this down because this is actually killing me. Okay. Put it to the lowest setting. I'm just trying to stay more active instead of sitting all the time, so. Okay. Well, Ollie, why don't you come up? Request up, we can talk about it. I see that. You said it 3 times in a row. Do you want to come up and talk about it? Why aren't you vegan yet? You've seen the most. Oh. Allie, are we friends? Maybe I just didn't recognize your name. It's always fun to run into other vegans. I mean, that's up to you. Veganism is a personal principle that you don't want to support someone else's exploitation. I can understand the reason why a lot of these places, they often hire people that are already disenfranchised. And I'm not saying that's you, but often that is the case. So it's not necessarily that I understand that everyone can go find another job. But if you can, I would. Why would you want to keep doing that if you're vegan? And why would you need, another vegan to confirm that for you? You should know how you feel about that. It doesn't matter what other vegans think. Veganism isn't, a gang or something. It's that you don't want to defend or you don't want to support someone's exploitation. You don't want to demand it because you can avoid doing that. Well, Snuff, come on up. Tell me why it's wrong. Yeah, I mean, you can have vegan fried chicken. Would you eat, deep fried dog? If there was a KFD. Right? It is nice to see other vegans. Is it Tane? It's good to see other vegans. Well, if that vegan has iron deficiencies, tell them to go to nutritionfacts.org, learn how to get their iron. It's really not that hard. And the thing is like, I don't say that as a patronizing thing. I didn't know how to eat. I imagine most people don't. We eat out of habit, convenience, sometimes tradition, and we don't necessarily think, oh, this is what gets me this. And some people think like that, but most of us don't. So, you have to go find out what are the sources for those things. Can you get them from vegan sources? I mean, if you can get these resources without demanding someone lose everything, why demand someone's exploitation? Plants are living things. This is true, but they are not sentient, at least not like us. They don't make preferences. Animals clearly make preferences more similar to us. They avoid pain. They have joy. They mourn. They look forward to the next experience. They care about what happens to themselves. Oh, I'm walking on a treadmill. It's better to walk around than it is to just sit. So just walking. Well, Google that. I'm not your parents. Your parents should have taught you how to be an adult. Thank you. Want to put it what? Do you think I'm advocating for vegans to be eaten instead? That doesn't make sense, Greg. I don't want to be eaten. In fact, I'm standing up for the victims because I don't want to be in their situation. Veganism is anti-nature. How is it anti-nature? There are animals that don't eat other animals, right? That's a thing. You know that, right? How is eating plants not natural? Do you think that our ancestors, they didn't eat any plants? Maybe you should think before you type, Eric. It will work out better for them. Which is more moral? Not being born into existence or being forced into existence just to live the life of a slave? I'd say it's more moral to not be brought into existence. So it is for the best because there's no suffering in non-existence. It's clearly immoral to force someone into existence if your only purpose for them is for you to use them. That's immoral. That's wrong. I wouldn't want that. Why would you want that on someone else? Okay, so Eric, are you saying that you can't make decisions? It's all just genetic? Wouldn't you say then that we would run genetic tests to find out who are the criminals? Oh, tread lightly, Eric. You're starting to really sound like diarrhea of the mouth. Yeah, a predator, exactly. They often don't hesitate. There are triggers that hit them. We are definitely not predators. We can definitely be a predator, but I think our natural state is to scavenge because we're lazy. We don't necessarily like expending all this energy. We just follow other animals. Antinatalist is for another topic, but I'm not against it, but I don't necessarily advocate. I don't care what you do. I just want people to leave animals alone. No, we're not predators. We're opportunistic scavengers. And we are predators in the sense that we, prey upon the vulnerable. Like when we use animals and we don't need to, I definitely would call us a predator in some sense. Hey, Queen Vegans, good to see you. I don't know. What does it matter if we have the highest fossil nitrogen levels of any animal? I don't care. I don't need to use animals. Evidence shows I can thrive without using animals. That further pushes me to not use animals because I wouldn't want to be that victim. No animals, I would say, are necessarily vegan because that's a human construct. That is a ethical principle that humans should live without using animals. So I would never say that an animal who doesn't necessarily even understand morality in general, but let alone veganism, can be vegan, but they can be plant-based. They can be herbivorous. Why does everyone, like a coward, pivot to some other topic? They're just like, oh, I bet blah, blah, blah. Like, you just showed that you have no fight in this game. Go cry somewhere else. Does anybody want to come up? Is anybody requesting? I'm not seeing it. Oh my gosh. It was behind my YouTube window. Hey, what's up, Lori?
Hey.
Oh.
I'm not sure if you're bringing up people or not.
Oh, hold on a second. I might need your headphones, Ian. It looks like they just don't work. Or something's unplugged. Hold on a second. You're talking through my speakers, and I don't want that because that'll give us an echo. All right, let's see if that works. Oh, go ahead and unmute, Lori. Go ahead and test it for me.
You good now?
No, damn it. Why is it going through that?
Yeah, it's still here echoing. We did dropping on that.
It doesn't work at all.
It changes audio.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see this again. There you go. Let's see if I can do this. Give me 1 second, Lori. I'm going to use you to test it again. Oops. Good thing you popped up here. You saved me. All right, we'll turn this on. Let's see now. Hold on. It's taking a second. All right, go ahead, Lori. Say something. Yes! There might be a delay, though. I have to do wireless, so yeah. That's okay. I prefer to be wireless because I'm not tethered to the table, but at the same time, I know it causes that nasty delay sometimes, so sorry, everyone. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming up. Hey, how are you? Good. Doing all right. I'm trying to walk on the treadmill, so yeah, get my steps in. I thought it might be good. Yeah, it's always good to walk more. Maybe I can zoom in. You can see me a little better. Anyway, all right, let's get some people up here. I saw that we had some requests. Jay. Is it JS? Hello? Are you there? Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks like you had low service. Well, anyway, us vegans, doesn't really feel like enough to just be vegan. I was vegan for like 5 years, and I was noticing that nothing was happening. Like, I was talking to my friends casually, and they would see, I'd make them vegan stuff all the time. And I felt like it just wasn't enough. And, I do see, though, even in subtle moments when I go to, when I work, the people around me, they make changes and without me saying anything. But at the same time, it was wasn't fast enough. So, and I talked to other vegans, and they also felt the same. I saw vegans on YouTube. So I got pushed to finally jump out there myself. I did some street outreach, and then I jumped back into did street outreach, and then I jumped into TikTok, and then I started doing both. So definitely wanna. Oh, of anybody's stuff? Oh wow, that's wild. I didn't know that. Oh, hold on a second. YouTube, can you hear Lori now? They were saying they couldn't hear you, but maybe after I fix my sound. Yeah. Well, they're definitely delayed. They're like, I don't know, 30 seconds delayed. YouTube is. Yeah.
There's no sound.
It's not? How delayed is it?
There's no sound from Lori.
Oh, at all?
None.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Huh. Oh, let's see, maybe huh. That's not the Dell. What is that? It's this one. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if this works. Okay, Lori, I'm gonna have you test it again because TikTok can hear you, but YouTube can't.
Don't say YouTube.
What?
Don't say YouTube.
I'm sorry, Ian was talking at the exact same time. Yes, Ian?
Don't say YouTube.
Oh, right. Okay. Can you hear Lori now? She's saying hello?
It's so delayed.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
There's nothing.
Nothing? Of course. So what happened is I have a new desk and my partner got me these arms for the monitors, so we had to unplug the monitors and we had a different monitor, so we plugged that in and set it all up and I thought everything was great, but apparently it messed up my OBS and I didn't know that. I don't know how to alter it so that you can hear TikTok.
It's because of this.
What?
You used to push the sound through the desktop. Right?
Oh, so I have to put
Now
it through
it's
my
going
headphones? Oh, I thought I had to go through the... Okay. We'll try it. We're going to put it through the headphones. All right, Lori, can you speak for us one more time?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Do you hear
Okay.
me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead and count down from like 10 or something.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's see for a second.
Blast off. No, can you
Blast
hear me now?
off! Appreciate everyone being patient too. Oh, thank you for the hearts, guys. Really appreciate
It's
that.
fine.
Awesome. It's the headphones then. Cool. My bad. It's just user error. I don't know OBS that well. I have to ask the internet constantly, like, how do I do this? But all right, we fixed it. Thank you, Lori, for testing that out for us.
Okay, so it's working for you now? Good.
Yeah, it should be now. Awesome. Okay. I cannot read that. Is that Solif? I can't tell if that's an L or a T. Solif, are you
It's an
over
O.
18? It's an O?
Yeah.
Oh, not the second one. I know that's an O with umlauts. I mean,
Oh, that's
like
an F. That's an F.
an F. Okay, so
Solif.
Sufef? Oh, it is an
No,
L.
Solif. Yeah, it's
Solif.
an L.
It's the the L was the one I was struggling with. I'm like, is it a T? Is it an I?
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am older than 18.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult your name. I think it looks awesome.
No,
so-
you're good.
We can't see you, Anna.
Oh, it's because I'm in the wrong thing. Here we go. Hey, so why aren't you vegan yet? All right. Do you know what veganism means? So, I mean, you're kind of on the right track. So I'm against the exploitation of other sentient beings, and I don't want to demand it. Yeah, if I can avoid demanding someone's exploitation, I do so, and I think others should too. So let's say someone was enslaving you because there's benefits to selling your exploitation. What? Hold on a second. Yeah, my audio is again not working on YouTube because I have it going through my speakers again. I had to switch scenes so you could see me, and each scene has to be updated. So sometimes everything goes, it doesn't matter. Anyway, can you repeat where we were at? Because I got distracted with that pretty hard.
You were talking about slavery.
Um,
I said it's not necessary for me to be a vegan.
Yeah.
And you went on about slavery.
right. Oh, yeah. I was giving you an example. So, like, if someone was to somehow capture you and wanted to sell whatever benefit off of exploiting you, right? And it was really convenient for me to give them money and support them and get those benefits out of principle. I don't care what benefits it provides me. I would not support your oppressor because that's not fair to you. You know, you care about what happens to you. And if I was in your situation, I wouldn't want someone to support my oppressor.
Is that necessary for society to move forward in a productive way?
Well, I don't think what's right has to do with moving society forward. It's about slavery. How I want to be treated and how I think we should treat each other. So I'm not talking about moving anyone forward.
I can get behind that.
I guess if you want to talk about moving forward, yes, it would move us forward in expanding the same rights that we hold for each other to the sentient beings who have the same capacities.
But my question was, is slavery necessary to push society forward in a positive light?
I think we should not have.
It doesn't even have to be positive. It can be neutral.
I think slavery can progress in some manner. We could have better medicine. It can fight climate change. Right. But I think that all those benefits do not outweigh the rights violations. Does that make sense?
So it's not. By what you just said, it's not necessary to positively push society forward because it is a civil rights.
You're getting really weird with your words. I'm literally saying don't enslave others if you can avoid doing so. Does that make sense? I don't know what you're talking about
because
with this progression.
Is it because it's harmful
you're violating
for society?
Someone's rights. No,
right.
I don't
so
care
it's
what
harmful
it does
for society.
I
correct?
don't care about society. If it benefits society, cool. That's not the goal here. The goal is someone's having their rights violated. The goal is to stop that if we can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I don't care about society. You're adding this society benefit thing.
Well, that's what the topic was. That was the question.
That's not the topic. Read it again.
I told you that was my question, though.
Oh,
so
I don't care
my
about your
question was,
why aren't you vegan? Stop trying to hijack my life.
I told you, because it's not necessary for me to be vegan.
Is it necessary for the animals for you to go vegan?
For them to go vegan? I don't care if they go vegan or not.
For you! Oh, you're an idiot. Get out of here. Oh my God. Struggling. You're not tracking, my friend.
Just going around in circles.
No, he's trying to just force his perspective. He's trying to force words in my mouth. He's trying to say, I'm trying to progress society. I'm like, no. If it progresses society, then that's great. I'm trying to prevent someone's rights from being violated. What are you talking about, this society bullcrap? I don't care about that. Unless he means like we're improving the society for everybody, then yeah, there's a benefit there. We're progressing in that sense.
But like even that, it's like, I mean, what slavery is unethical, so it wouldn't be benefiting society because it would bring us to be like an unethical society.
Yeah, I don't really understand what his question was, I guess. Like, was he saying that, I still don't understand it, softly pushing slavery? What? Maybe he can put it
That's
in
what it kind of sounded like he was justifying slavery.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think that we should justify slavery. I don't care the benefits. They don't outweigh the rights violations. Maybe type it out, because maybe your words, weren't covering it.
Hi, by the way.
Hey, sorry, Landon. How's it going?
It's going.
Thanks, Brandon.
It's good to see you.
How are
Thanks for
y'all?
coming up. Doing well. I was kind of in a stress mode because like I messed everything up, and then my partner's trying to help me, and I'm snapping at him, and I feel terrible. I'm sorry. He's just trying to help me. But anyway. Oh. Okay. Well, if you want to just cry in the chat, that's fine. If you want us to read your statement, is slavery necessary in a positive or neutral manner? No, I don't think it's necessary. I don't really want to go down your questions though. Like, I was trying to understand why you're not vegan. I don't care about is slavery necessary to progress forward. Like, it feels like a different topic.
It's just an analogy. Like, it was just an analogy to see where your brain is going, dude.
Yeah, when I'm using slavery, when I say someone somehow captured you and is exploiting you without your consent and selling those benefits, I'm saying you're a sentient being who cares about yourself. Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to put you in the victim's perspective, right? Someone unfairly robs you of your freedom. Then they oppress you and they either take from you or use your body or just use you without your consent, not in your best interest, in their best interest, right? How would that feel? I mean, if you want to get on an emotional level, but on top of that, on a morals perspective, do you think that's right to do to somebody? Just to take somebody, rob them of all of that, and sell the benefits? Is that fair? You know, like, that's all I was trying to get to the point by saying someone basically enslaves you. But I mean, what's really the morally relevant difference, right? Sentient beings being robbed of their freedom and autonomy. Anyway, guys, sorry, ramble. Looks like he might have left. I don't know, maybe he's still here. Let's move on. Oh, okay. Ricky didn't want to wait any longer. Anybody else want to come up over 18? I mean, you know, whenever I see these trucks, because we do visuals every once in a while, we go stand in front of the slaughterhouses. Am I going to treadmill? Yeah, I'm going to treadmill. And you see these animals being transported on trucks, and it's like, God, you know what this makes me think? Makes me think of human atrocities and how we felt those were terrible and we should never do them again.
Yeah, I'm no different.
Yeah. You are a fool. Are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I feel like we've spoken before. I feel like I've said that name before. Why aren't you vegan yet?
So my understanding of what vegan is that it's the belief that it is immoral to consume animals unnecessarily, right? So in other words, if it necessitates their consumption, then that's not in violation of the vegan core values. Is that correct?
It's more like a principled stance against the exploitation of others. Like, I genuinely, truly do not want to demand someone else's exploitation. And it would upset me very much to find out that something I do directly demands someone's exploitation, right? Because I wouldn't want that. As a vegan, we avoid those products because of the direct demand for their exploitation.
Okay. So you know how like we test medicine on animals? Would you consider that exploitation?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it's necessary to do that before we deploy them to other human beings?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, as we find that like 96% of the tests that pass in animals fail in human trials. 96%. We're finding that we have better technology right now. I understand a lot of our systems are very archaic right now. And if what you're trying to say is I would tell someone they should just die, of course I wouldn't ask that of somebody. I would say take life-saving medicine, but you know, speak up for those that you now have exploited for you to live, you know, because that's the only way to make change is if we speak up.
Okay. So, I mean, you know, like we have to test the medicine on these animals so that we know.
So what did I just say? What did I say? If you have to take life-saving medicine, what do you think my advice to you would be?
Well, it's not even. We don't even have to talk about life-saving medicine, just medicine in general,
Well, if you don't
because we
need
need to
it,
know
if you're talking about like
the side
cosmetics,
effects.
if you're talking about like cosmetics, then no, you shouldn't be using those things. The things that are trivial, that are being shoved in someone's eye or shoved down their throat till they puke and die. Yeah, you shouldn't buy those things. There are cruelty-free products. You can go buy those.
Okay, when we make medicine, we need to test them on animals so we know the side effects. We test the
Okay, so
chemical
let's step aside from
reaction.
medicine because I think you're really focused on trying to win an argument, and I don't think you're seeing the bigger picture. Let's say I have two products here. One was tested on an animal till they died, and one wasn't. Same product. They do the same thing, exactly the same quality. Which one will you choose? The one that was tested on the animal or the one that wasn't?
I would choose the one that wasn't, but you don't always have that
That's the
choice between the
point.
two.
That's the point. So veganism is as far as practicable and possible, as far as you possibly can. Again, you're trying to make me sound like I would tell someone to just die when I would want them to take life-saving medicine. Do I want someone to take medicine because they just feel like it or it makes them feel pretty and it was tested on somebody? No, that's not fair.
Are you talking about medicine or makeup?
Anything. I don't know what medicine you're talking about. What medicine would someone take that they don't need?
I mean,
Yeah, they're realizing now that too 99% of testing on all animals fails.
It was
And
96.
they still have to do it.
It was 96.
They still have to do they still have to do it on humans too before they release it out to the public.
Well, the stat
They
is
should just do it on
of all
humans.
the studies that pass, for medicine, all of the ones that have passed animal testing, right? They show some positive effect with really low side effect. 96% of them fail in human trials because we have to do human trials before, as Lori said. So it's not that great. We have technology, as I said in the beginning, that can do better. We have organs on chips, for example, right? We have other things that also, like, we don't need to keep retesting the same things. There's a lot of stuff we already know.
what's organs on chips?
Just go look it up. It doesn't matter. What about your food choices?
Why?
What about your clothing choices? What about your entertainment choices? Do you think it's okay to force animals into gas chambers? Do you think it's okay to draw knives across their throat when you do not need to? Which is the whole
Don't you think
effing
you're
point.
extrapolating quite a bit? I mean, I say one thing and you go.
I need you to stop for a second, okay? I need you to stop being meta. I need you to listen to my questions, and if you can't, we'll move on, okay? So tell me, let's start here. Do you think it's immoral to kick a dog for fun?
What the hell?
Can you answer
I
that,
think it's
please?
immoral. I think it's immoral to kick a dog for fun, but I think
Thank
it's
you. I
moral.
agree. I
to
agree it's
kick-
immoral to kick a dog for fun. Can you tell me why
I think
it's
it's
immoral?
moral to kick
Why
a
do you
fly.
think why do
Kick a
you
fly
think would you
instead.
hush up, honey? Please. Please stop. You're not funny. In fact, you're showing how ignorant you are. Tell me why it's immoral to kick a dog. Please, if you can. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Are you on a
Why?
treadmill?
Why is it immoral to kick a dog? It's immoral because the dog cares about what happens to them. I'm sorry that question was so hard for you. Hey, Equal, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I don't think I know enough about the subject. I have a pretty good sense that that there's I'll say there's negative and all, but like I think there's some potentially negative effects of being vegan as well, right?
What's veganism mean?
I'm not entirely sure. Eating anything that has an animal byproduct.
No. It would be, if anything, it would be avoiding animal products, right? So veganism.
That's what I mean. Eating. Yeah,
sorry.
I mean
Okay.
that's what I mean.
Okay. It's fine. Words get mixed up. So veganism is actually an ethical stance to not demand someone else's exploitation. So it just happenstance that we eat a plant-based diet because it doesn't demand someone's direct exploitation. So it's not
Right.
just
So
our diet, it's other things in our lives. It's our clothing, our entertainment, our cosmetics.
right. So I think I would need to understand the full scope, what it means to
Well,
be
do
vegan.
you think it's immoral to kick a dog for fun?
Yes.
Right, I agree. Why do you think it's immoral to kick a dog for fun?
Because it's not right.
Yeah, but why?
Oh, because you're you're doing something poor to a living thing.
What's poor about it?
What's that?
Like, why is it bad? You're not telling me what is it about this
Oh,
action that's bad.
I mean, it's
agree.
just
I agree
common
with you. I just want to
common sense.
underline. I agree with you, and I can answer this for you if you want. But why is
I
it
mean, it's common
immoral?
sense. You just don't. I mean,
Well,
it's
tell
common
me in
sense. You
words,
just don't
though.
do it.
Pretend I'm an 8-year-old child. Tell me, why is
Oh,
it wrong for me to kick the dog?
because you're going to hurt the dog.
There we go. We got there. Yes, they feel
Yeah.
pain. Exactly. So we know that animals are sentient because pain is a result of sentience. You're experiencing a subjective feeling, right?
Agreed.
Right. Okay. So it's wrong to kick a dog because they suffer and their experience matters more than the person kicking them and their joy or their pleasure, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all veganism is. Veganism is recognizing that the victim's experiences matter more than the pleasure you gain from their oppression. And if you can avoid demanding someone's exploitation, you should. It's just that simple. So if you shop at a grocery store, you can see the body parts, right? That is direct exploitation. They had to take that from someone's body without consent. You can see the exploitation right there, right? You can get plant-based stuff. That doesn't have someone's body in it, right? There's no direct exploitation in that. It was just plants. They don't make preferences. So with that said, does that sound like something that aligns with your own principles? Not kicking dogs when you don't need to?
I would agree. So, to the extent that, think about like the simple things that people eat with their foods, like butter.
There's vegan butter. There's ways to make vegan butter really easily. You can mix like a neutral oil with like a refined coconut oil, blend them together with a little bit of salt and some plant-based milk. You have a butter right there.
So
You can make butters out of nuts.
So I'm assuming that because the initial product or the base product of butter is, I guess, if it's cow's milk, then that's when I have to be concerned, and I wouldn't align with veganism, right?
If you're using cow's butter, yeah, because, do you know what goes into dairy?
Not exactly, not entirely.
That's okay. Most people don't. In fact, I thought that cows just ate grass and made milk. But what the reality is, she's a mammal, and mammals only produce milk after they've given birth. So we have to make her pregnant, right? The farmer chooses when she gets pregnant, and oftentimes they'll give her like a couple of tries. If she does not get pregnant, she's sent to the slaughterhouse. If she does get pregnant, though, after 9 months pregnancy, she's separated from her baby. If the baby is a boy, he's often either unalived immediately if they don't have a market, or he's sent off to become veal, which is like 6 months. Sometimes they become beef, 2 years, but cows can live to be 20. So either way, they're still babies. If the calf is a female, she often gets put into like a little hut or a separate pen, and she's fed like an alternative milk or given a like subset of her mom's milk, but she's never given time with her mom, or at least it's very, very limited because she'll drink the milk. Often you also see sometimes the farmers will put rings on the calves that poke the mom's udder so that she like kicks her baby away. So there's some people that think that's more humane because at least the baby's with their mom, but they can't do the natural things they're supposed to. And, this is all just so that we can pour something in our coffee and drink milk. So, you're making a family without permission and then separating them over and over again. And then like 6 years in, she's sent to the slaughterhouse. So
there,
all that for butter.
I'm in my 50s. My diet is in my diet. It's been clearly not vegan. Like, how do I transition?
Yeah.
Like, is it like a, do I read a book to say, here's the do's and don'ts? Like, here are all the things that I can't do.
Yeah. The easiest that I did was the nutritionfacts.org. because it's just a checklist. It's like eat these whole foods, and that way, like you can eat the junk food if you want, but you make sure you got everything you need. I would just take a screenshot of these resources right here. And if maybe you feel overwhelmed, going to nutritionfacts.org, because it's just a website with videos that break down studies on what makes something healthy. Veganeasy.org is you can actually join like a community of people that are new to veganism, so that you have people to talk to and like, hey, I'm having this struggle, or I don't know if this is vegan or not. And people will answer your questions. And sometimes you can even answer their questions. Sometimes they ask things, you're like, oh, I actually know the answer.
Can I say something?
Please, Landon.
Yeah, equals. So it's also, just connecting with your ethics. That's kind of like, I would say, the first thing to do, because people will go on a plant-based diet not for ethics, and they typically get off that plant-based diet. Veganism is an ethical stance against unnecessary exploitation. So that goes for everything involving sentient beings when it comes to exploitation. So it's not just a diet. It's everything that you're paying for. So I would look into what's happening. Dominion's a really good one. I would watch Cowspiracy. There is some books out there. There's a book called Eating Animals. There's a lot of stuff, but really connecting your ethics to it is, I would say, a really important part.
I appreciate that. And also, just to answer your earlier question, why I'm not a vegan yet, it's education is the first one. And then the second is, I also grew up in a Christian household where the Bible says that man has dominion over animals, right? So it's potentially, partially ingrained in terms of my historical, religious beliefs.
Yeah, there's actually a documentary that you might like. It's called Christspiracy, and it's not a religion debunk film. It just talks about how Jesus lived his life back then. They look at the original sea scrolls, and they look at the word like dominion. And I tell you, that was an eye-opening is the word I use lately for that film. It was just, I don't know, I learned a lot. There was a lot I didn't know, and there's a lot of words that get translated that have multiple meanings, and that's important context. So I would encourage you to go watch Christspiracy. I think it's on christspiracy.com or .org. Might be .com.
Yeah, it's free too. So
yeah, and just watch it.
All right, guys, thanks for your
it's a
time.
beautiful film. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming up, Equal. I appreciate it. Would you be willing to go see Christspiracy at least, or at least commit to watching it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've started. I couldn't finish. I started watching Dominion. I couldn't finish it.
You might like Christspiracy a little more. It doesn't have as much of that the whole time. There's a lot more explaining going on, but it's really well done. You should definitely check it out. I think you'll like it.
Great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming up. You have a good night. Awesome. It's great to have honest people. Vegan Heretic, another great Christian vegan, if you want a reference. He makes great videos on YouTube. Check him out. Vegan Heretic. He's in the chat right now. He makes good videos that make it clear certain parts, how they're supposed to be interpreted, and, how closely it is to actually the vegan message than it is to do what you want to animals. So I think that's an important thing. We need people out there doing that. I'm not going to reach people that are religious. I'm not religious. So we need everyone to use their skills. Oh, I think this treadmill makes me yap sometimes, guys. Hey, is it Cyan? Kayan?
Hi.
Oh, you sound like a child. You got to be over 18.
Every time they say, "Can I join?" they're usually a child or they're a troll.
Oh, yeah, totally. And I often think that, but I didn't have anyone else requesting. It's been kind of slow lately. But this is also my first time doing it this evening. I think after a while, if I keep doing it, we'll get a bigger audience. So. Oh, no. Maybe. Mac? Hey, are you over 18?
I am.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Just because, pretty much, I need my protein.
Okay. Well, is that the only thing that's keeping you back? Like, do you feel like if you could find all your protein on a plant-based diet, you would go vegan?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, so what? Let's say you find out. Oh, look, you can get all your protein on a plant-based diet. Then what? What's holding you back then?
What's holding me back if I just eat plant based?
Well, what does veganism mean? I guess maybe we should start there.
A person that doesn't eat meat.
So veganism is actually an ethical stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. So kind of like, do you consider yourself racist?
I don't consider myself as racist at all.
Right. And if you found out that something, like maybe you had a gesture or a habit of saying something and you found out that was a racist thing, wouldn't you make the effort to stop doing that, whatever it is, so that you're not offending people?
I mean, mostly like.
Yeah. That's what just most people do. Like, oh, I didn't know that was racist. I'll stop doing that.
Yeah. Well, thing is that either I eat chicken.
Okay. Are you here to troll or do you want to have a conversation?
I'm here to have a conversation.
Oh, okay. So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to make a point that if you make an effort to try to not be racist, do you think in that effort you're going to eliminate all racism in the world? Or do you do it out of principle because you know it's the right thing to do?
I mean, mostly I just eat all the meat I can get, steak, and
sounds like that's all you got stuck between your ears too. Just sloshing around. I can't believe that there are adults out there. Like, are you sure you're a moral agent? I'm concerned. I kind of want to call your caregiver. Also,
are you doing nights now on Mondays?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay.
easier for my partner because we're sharing the same room, and right now we've done a lot of effort for my desk, which I mean, I don't even want to explain it. It just took a lot of effort to put all this together, and he did a lot of it. So now we're not really motivated to move his desk. So the orientation of the room is just, it's kind of cruddy because if he has to go into a meeting, he basically sees everything here.
Oh, right.
And he doesn't want that in his background. So, yeah. It kind of like, it's fun right now. I like this desk and all, but nights are better. So then we can just do whatever because he's not working. He's
that makes sense.
He's actually watching the chat to make sure all you naughty people are held accountable.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. But, oh, hey, Laundry. Hey, are you over 18? Okay, must have been an accident. I've done that too. The buttons are kind of close to the bottom, so it's like easy to hit those. Yeah. Well, if you're over 18, you're not vegan. I'd love to hear, why you think you shouldn't be vegan. Hold on a second, YouTube. I'm going to adjust something. Oops, I didn't know I had to do that. I'm going to share the live with YouTube. I mean, YouTube's watching, but oops. I think like this is where it was. But they see a screen recording essentially. I think it's like that. Hopefully you guys see that. There we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Stop saying
Oh, I mean TikTok Shop, not other platforms. I'm not on other platforms.
See?
I got in trouble for this, and I just didn't learn my lesson, I guess. So I don't know what to call it though, because I can't say YT has a different meaning here on TikTok. So I don't know what to say. What this other place is that my face is on, you know. My partner's calling me out on it because like I said, my account said it would have like a downstream of activity if I kept doing that, which is probably why I only have 11 people. Do you guys think I should restart?
Hello.
Hey, Ethan. Hi, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I'm not vegan because I think the nutrition that I'm eating currently in my meals that I'm eating currently, obviously it's not perfect by any means. I have, fast food, every now and then, but I feel great. I don't feel like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would feel worse if I were to be a vegan. What do you think?
Well, I mean, your health is important. All I would say is you can absolutely be healthy. You can be ripped. You can be whatever you want to be and vegan. So it's up to you to put that effort into being a healthy person. Because I don't know about you, even when I used animals, it was still annoying to eat healthy. So I'm not here
Interesting.
I'm not here to promote a diet. I'm here to promote animal rights. So.
Okay, so do you think that humans and animals are equal?
I think when it comes to exploitation, morally speaking, yeah.
Okay, so would you value a human life over animal's life?
No, so when it comes to exploitation, right? Like morally speaking, we care about what happens to us inherently.
Yes,
Right. So that's what I mean. Of course I'm going to have a bias to my species.
of
I feel
course.
like most species do have a bias, but that doesn't necessarily point to what's right and wrong.
Do you think animals are a resource?
No. Do you?
No. Okay. Absolutely.
So what
They are absolutely
is it?
100% a
So what
resource.
is it that morally separates a human and an animal that makes it okay to treat an animal like a resource but not a human?
They were literally made for resources for our consumption to survive. That's how we're here today, me and you.
They
Your
were
ancestors
made.
ate.
They were
Yes, they
made.
were.
Who made them?
You.
It's called
It'll just
evolution,
go down the
baby.
line.
They weren't
All these
made.
arguments go.
No. No. So
God
right
made
now,
animals for
do you
humans.
need to
Simple as
use
that.
animals? Do you
Yes,
need
I
to
do.
use animals? For what?
For survival.
For what? What survival? From what?
Surviving of clothes, or not clothes,
Oh,
but
you
certain
have to
certain.
wear their skin,
No,
huh? Oh, okay, good.
no,
Okay.
but
So what do you
if you're
need from
talking
them?
about
What do you need from them?
the beginning of time and all your
No,
ancestors that came up
Ethan,
before,
stop it.
people
Right
survived
now, Ethan,
through
what
warmth and survival
shut
and
your
exposure.
fucking hole, dude. Oh my God, just yip yapping away. I said right now, what does what do you need from animals right now? Don't get distracted. What do
Nutrition,
you need? Great. Good. I'm glad we got there. All right. Nutrition. What nutrition?
protein.
Okay. What protein?
Do you think that's essential?
Of course, protein is, but do you think you can only get that from animals?
I think that is 90% of it, probably even more.
So you haven't researched this at all.
So
'Cause
what is protein?
all plants have protein.
Okay, so what
Protein
Amino
is made of
acid.
protein is made of amino acids.
Okay, where does that come from? Where do
Plants.
majority of proteins come
Plants.
from?
Plants.
So the majority of
All
protein
pro-
comes from plants
all
and not
Where do the
animals?
protein, all
animals get
protein
it?
comes from plants.
Where do the herbivores
What
Animals
is
get
the
are born
it?
majority
with
of protein
protein.
ate by humans?
Ethan, stop it with your ego. Where do the animals get it that you use? They eat.
So you
They
think
get huge.
you're healthier
Where
than
does an
people that
ox
are
get its
eating protein?
protein, Ethan?
We eat protein, Ethan.
Where does an ox
Okay.
get its protein, Ethan?
I get it. Plants.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so there's something called the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Have you ever heard of it?
No, tell me about it.
They're the largest body of nutrition and dietitians. They have gone over thousands of other studies and come to the conclusion that you can get everything you need on a plant-based diet. Yeah, you have to plan it a little bit, but that's every fucking diet. If you don't eat your nutrients, of course you're going to be deficient. But I got resources. Look, there's a little checklist right here. It couldn't be made easier. It's just whole foods. And if you don't want to do it with whole foods because you hate your vegetables, you can take supplements. They're not going to hurt you. But you have options. The point is, you don't need to use animals. Animals are sentient beings, just like you and me. And sentient beings want to live. They want to have the next experience.
So you do think they're equal to humans?
Morally do you know what that means when I say morally speaking?
Yes, but I don't think that's true.
What is an inherent right?
Yeah, I get that.
What
I get what you're saying.
Is
but
an
you
inherent
you're
right?
comparing inherent
Ethan,
right.
I need to
they
make
don't
sure
have
you actually know what we're talking about. Do you know the difference between intrinsic value and extrinsic value?
Can you stop meeting me, please?
So
I'm trying to answer your question.
Intrinsic value is what we value in ourselves, regardless of what anybody thinks of us. As sentient beings, we have that.
That's subjective.
Did you hear what I just fucking said? Ethan,
yes,
are you
I
sure
get it.
you understand what I'm saying? What is intrinsic value? What is it?
God.
If he can't answer this, Landon, do you want to take over? I'm like, this guy is not tracking, and I'm frustrated.
Yeah, he's not.
I don't know if he's coming back. Ethan, are you trying to leave?
Ethan, come back. If you're talking right now, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you if you leave the app.
Yeah, he's teacups.
Okay. Well, if you want, I can just drop you. I don't know. Oh, hold on a second. I got distracted. I got to do a puzzle thing. Boop. Okay, we're good.
Is he
Is he gone? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he left.
He was just trying to leave then. Maybe he was just trying to rile me up. He did a good job. I got riled up.
It happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sad about that warning too. I was like, oh, I do things on other places, so that kind of sucks. Like, you're not supposed to point at anything either. Like, go to my, what do they call it, my bio or something. They say don't say that anymore.
Yeah, things are really getting weird on TikTok because you can't repost anymore either.
Yeah, you said that too. That sucks.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
What's going on.
Darn. Do you guys think I should restart? I only got 12 people here.
Sure.
I do have a request. I don't know if maybe Brody, I'm going to restart. Okay. Just come back and I'll bring you up. All right, guys. Okay. I'll see you in like a minute.
Right.
All right. Bye. Oh, I got to move that. YouTube, you're going to stick with me. You get to watch the whole thing. Aw, the donations. That's so sweet. Okay. I don't know if I should close the whole thing. That's probably good enough. I don't want to have to resize it. That's annoying. That's what messed up the mic too. I'm like, oh yeah, OBS has each scene is separate. Oh my gosh. So annoying. Thank you for helping me. I feel bad I chastised him. You didn't do anything wrong. I was frustrated. It wasn't you. Oh, I thought I hit it. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Oh yeah, I gotta move this back. Boop. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Close that. Too many windows. Although I do have all this. I have a lot of room actually. I'm going to put this here. Okay. Hey, so also, look for my name elsewhere, I'm going to start, I guess, tagging it in it. Actually, my group, I don't know if they're in here or on YouTube, but like maybe Daniel's in here or Grass-Fed. I don't know. But we were talking about maybe starting up a TikTok so that we could do like a panel of us online. And that would be kind of fun. But we would have to get a lot of followers. So, if we did it, we'd advertise and everyone would have to, go like it so that we could do that. I think that'd be fun. It also provide space for people that, want to try going online and maybe they don't feel confident yet. Hey. So, we're just asking people why they're not vegan yet. We're streaming to YouTube and TikTok. I mean, we're just streaming to TikTok. I'm just never going to learn my lesson. Right at the beginning. Bam, face plant. Oh, God. I'm just laughing because I see there's more people coming in here. I'm laughing because I'm already like dropping the ball on why I restarted my live. Already saying the naughty thing, so we'll see if it even gets shared now. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Make sure that you're sharing, you're liking, you're commenting, you're whatevering, all those buttons that are fun to do. Because it just helps get more people in here. Oh, also, since we have a moment, I'm going to copy this again. Go. Oh, yes. I don't even need to move it this time. Nice. Oh, I do, though. There we go. Okay. And then here you go, YouTube. I didn't give this to you before. I think that works. Oh, trying to pin it so that YouTubers can come in if they like. There you go, guys. Now you can access a little faster. If you think you have an excuse or some really good reason for you to not be vegan, I'd love to hear it. Some people have some pretty crazy obstacles, but I have yet to hear of someone that absolutely cannot go vegan. I've had some people have some very difficult situations, but I don't know, everyone can be vegan. It's about your mindset. Hey, Lori, welcome back.
Hey. I think Landon's still in.
What'd you say?
I think Landon is still in there.
Yeah. Oh, he just didn't request up. I don't know. If he wants to come up, maybe he wants to hang down there. It's up to him. Whatever he wants to do. I'm gonna move this like that. Hold on a second. It's gonna be weird. Beep. Oh, I see. This needs to go here. There. Okay. That should be better. I just want to like shrink me a little bit.
It's like, not allowing him to come up or request.
What?
Landon. This is not allowing him to.
Oh, if he's on his desktop. If he's on his like computer or something, you can't request up. Oh. Oh, okay. I'll send it to you then. Maybe if you're on your phone, it should do it. Accept. Oh, that's weird. It didn't
Yeah, I had to get out and then go back in. It was really weird.
Oh, okay. I wonder if I like messed it up already because I already said the bad word already.
You said it like 4 times.
I did. I know. My partner's like, stop saying it. And I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, I missed it.
It was just like right off the bat, just not even learning my lesson. I don't know. Do you think I like just handicap myself right there at the beginning? Should I do this again?
Does it work like that?
I don't know. I have no clue.
So weird.
TikTok is being very weird the last 48 hours.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll wait a second and see what happens. Maybe I can redeem myself in TikTok's eyes. I do know that apparently if you talk about TikTok often, it will increase your algorithm. So maybe if we just Lori used to do that. TikTok shop. You used to do that.
TikTok shop.
TikTok shop. Oh my God. Oh, the hilarious levers we have to pull.
Right. And it's even worse now.
I know. It's even worse now. Oh my gosh. Hey, Outlaw, are you over 18?
How's it going, guys?
What's going on?
I absolutely am.
Is this Ben? No, okay. I thought you were somebody that maybe changed your profile picture. Just your voice sounded familiar. I'm so sorry. Now I'm embarrassed. So you're over 18. That's great.
No, you're fine.
Are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
You are not the person I thought. if Ben is in here, he's probably laughing his ass off at me. Anyway, so why aren't you
I've
vegan
had
yet?
so many people do that to me.
Really? You just have that voice.
Maybe. That's what I take it as.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing. Ben is a great guy. So why aren't you vegan yet?
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah. Why aren't you vegan yet?
So the main reason is because I do cattle and grain farming, and the absolute atrocity that I have to do to my soybeans or, any of my other grain crops. It's kind of a hard thing to be able to justify that.
The carnage to the beans.
Well, yeah, because the harsh chemicals that I got to put down, it kills a lot of the ecosystem in my fields.
Yeah, I don't disagree that we should have better methods at being able to protect our crops for sure. Yeah, but I don't. Do you think that?
Sorry.
Oh, do you think that because of the not perfect systems for plants that justifies directly enslaving someone and oppressing them and using them without their consent?
I honestly don't know how this conversation turned this hard this fast, but okay.
Well, it's because you're trying to say that plants are sentient, right? That's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm not trying to say that.
We're causing
trying to
harm
say
to
that
beings.
it kills the animals.
Okay,
It
so crop
causes
deaths.
the ecosystem to die.
Right. Who eats more of those plants?
Well, it depends, because a lot of people eat grains, not just vegans.
So most of those
I eat
plants
a
go
lot
to
of
the
grains.
animals we use.
Not all of it.
Most of it.
Outlaw, you were talking about soy. Did you know that like over 70% of soy that's grown is fed to animals?
That is true, don't get me wrong. But also, a lot of other people eat soy.
How much do you think, what percentage of soybeans do you think are eaten by humans?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at the percentages in a couple of years. So 7? Now that's okay, but then are you including like for example, the soy sauce or any other soy product?
All of it.
So how much is used by that?
7% is used for human consumption, and then there's like I think 11% or something. The in between is made up of oils used for like technologies and such.
Okay, so we got human consumption, and then let's just say factory productions, right? And then
they
of
use
course
it as like a
animals.
lubricant and whatever.
Yeah, so
Now, I'll be
over
honest, I don't know
70%
if I've
for
used-
the animals.
Oh, well, that's interesting. No, I don't feed my animals soy. I feed them all corn. My cows, my pigs, my chickens.
Those also, corn is another one. It's like 60%, I'm pretty sure, fed to animals. So there's a study. There was a study
give or
done on
take,
this.
yeah.
There's a study that was done on this. It's one of the largest studies that looked at our land use, and it found that we're dedicating 83% of our current agricultural land for animals, the space they take up, and to grow their food. And we're only getting 18% of our total global calories. We could feed everybody. We could feed 10 billion humans, and at the same time reduce our ag land by 75%. This is how much energy and resource we're wasting on feeding animals when we could feed everybody.
Now, I gotta be honest with you. It'd be quite fucking hard to be able to do that, since a lot of people.
Did you
like
hear what I
meat
said?
on the shelf.
This is a study. This is actually like a meta study. They looked at other studies, so it's even more thorough.
I have no doubt.
Okay, so you should.
But
before you start arguing about the efficacy of using animals, let's talk about basic biology, the trophic pyramid, right?
Okay.
So the carnivore eats the herbivore eats the grass, right?
Yep.
Every time you go up on that ladder, how much energy do you think transfers up?
Wow, this has been a long time.
This is basic biology.
This, holy shit.
Everyone
Yeah,
uses
it's
the
been quite a
chain,
few
the food
years.
chain as an excuse. It's another name for it. It's 10%.
Oh no, it's understandable.
It's 10.
Now,
So you
now
lose
you're talking 10% moving up.
90% of all the energy that went into the animal when you consume an animal, when you could just eat the plants directly. So we could feed 15 people on an acre of land, but you can only feed 1 or 2 if you use animals.
Now here's the thing. Now, are you using natural fertilizers or are you using harsh fertilizers and herbicides?
You can grow things veganically. You can make different types of green composts.
Okay, so I do a lot of
You can ferment them so you get different bacterias. It doesn't matter.
But
Look,
some of those bacteria can be harmful.
It doesn't matter. Let's say someone needs specifically your poop to make their garden what they want. Are you going to tolerate being enslaved so that they can take your poop?
But didn't you say it was?
Are you going to tolerate being enslaved if they take your poop?
How would I be enslaved if they
Someone
take my poop
wants your
or if I sell my poop?
They want your poop. Okay, let's get over this already. They've got you. Do you like it? Or do you want to be let go?
I'd rather shoot myself.
Right,
if I
you'd rather be right.
that.
You would rather be free. No one wants to be enslaved, right? So why do you think it's okay for the animals? Why do you think it's okay for the animals?
Okay, so let me go into this. So if
you're dodging my question. Why do you think it's okay for the animals?
Okay, so when something is domesticated, right, it has a completely different environment, right?
Why do you think it's different for the animals?
Because they're domesticated.
What does that matter? Do they still care about what happens to them?
Absolutely, but
that's
when
all that matters, Outlaw. That's all that matters. If a dog who is domesticated gets kicked, do you think it makes a difference if he's wild or domesticated? No.
Absolutely.
He cares about.
Absolutely, it does.
It doesn't matter. Wolves don't like to be kicked either. What makes you think that wild animals enjoy being kicked? So then it doesn't matter.
Why are we talking about kicking animals?
Because I'm trying to get to a point.
Okay, so let me hold on.
Shut
Let me
up,
ask you this.
Outlaw. Shut up. You don't know what's going on, and then you just start talking. So just hush for a second. What we're talking about are animal rights. What do animals deserve? Do they deserve to be forced into existence just to have a knife drawn across their throat, or to be forced to have a family and then separated? Why do they deserve that? What did they do? Why are they so terrible that they have to be born into existence so that we can steal from them? What did they do to deserve this? Or is it a necessary evil? Is there something you absolutely need from them?
So can I ask you something?
No, I don't want you to ask something. I want you to answer something. Good God. Just shake the little can that's up there. Something will rattle out. God, instead of asking questions, stop dodging. Please just answer my questions. Uncle Joe, when you pop in, please let us know if you're over 18. I don't know, Outlaw, how can you answer anything? Don't seem to be able to answer anything. Oh, Uncle Joe, I don't know why you're not being able to come up. Maybe drop down and come back up. Hey,
Nigger.
That's terrible. That's terrible. You're a terrible, terrible child, and your parents are terrible.
Yeah, your parents are not doing a good job, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, Brody. Welcome back.
Hello. I love meat.
No. Oh man, I was like, oh, they came in at the end last time, or they were like requesting. Damn. So sad. Hey, Nick.
I'm 20 and
Go ahead.
Oh, aren't you vegan yet? Well, I mean, my choice. I don't want to be vegan.
Oh, okay.
I like to eat steak. I like to eat meat. I like to eat meat after a good workout. I mean,
what does
gives me
veganism
protein,
mean?
energy.
What does veganism mean?
Well, I mean, it would mean eating more like a plant-based diet, because y'all believe in like the non-suffering of animals, right?
No, that is a misconception, though. Veganism is an ethical stance against demanding someone else's exploitation. So if I can avoid demanding your direct exploitation, I do so. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but like, are you talking about like exploiting people like for labor or like
Well, yeah, I would say that we're also exploited when we go to work for sure, but we consent to that, right? That's different. You can leave your work.
I'm not talking about like going to work. I'm talking about just like if someone's exploiting someone for like their
slavery.
body.
Yeah, that's another example. Yeah. What about
I mean, like, what's it? I'm just saying that, like
why am I using that language?
No, I mean, like, we should all be opposed to that.
I agree. Yeah. I am absolutely opposed to violating anybody's autonomy without consent, until you violate someone else's autonomy, right? That's when it becomes a little more subject to, does someone need to defend themselves?
Okay, so what's a good reason to be vegan?
For the animal's sake, because we don't need to demand their exploitation. It's more like,
do we put animal life on the same life as humans?
Do you think we need to do this to animals in order to keep you alive?
Well, yeah.
Okay, what do you need from animals to keep you alive?
Protein.
You don't think you can get protein? Hold on, Nick.
If you want to,
hold on, one thing at a time. Hold on. You can get. Do you think that you can get protein from other sources or only animals?
Sure, but I'm about to make another argument
asking
for this
you.
case too.
I'm asking you.
Yes, you can get protein from other sources, but I'm about to make another claim.
Okay.
If you want to kill the most things, be vegan.
I know you heard that on Joe Rogan. Har har har. It's not true though, because what do the
animals? It is true.
Nick, stop. Your ignorance is showing and it's ugly. Okay. There was a giant study done on this called Reducing Food's Environmental Impacts Through Producers and Consumers. That's why I know you're full of it. All right. We dedicate 83% of our ag land to making animals. That's for their food and the space they take up. If we stop farming animals, we could feed more people and use way less land. That's how I know that it's worthless what you're saying. Like, we feed all these plants.
How is it worthless?
Because we have to kill more animals in the crop fields to feed your animals. So if we care about those animals in the fields, you would go vegan. We would greatly reduce how many crops we grow.
Nick, do you know how many land animals are bred each year and then slaughtered each year? No, I have no idea.
Okay.
So it's 92 billion land animals each year. Do you know how many humans are on Earth right now? There's 8 billion? 7 billion? 8 billion. So do you know what animals these 92 billion land animals eat? They eat what, plants? They eat plants. So there's 8 billion of us. There's 92 billion of them that are slaughtered each year. Mm-hmm. And if we were to go full vegan, you would kill more smaller animals. No. Yes, because you have to kill everything to grow crops. Yeah, we're currently doing that to feed 92 billion animals. And we would be doing it to grow crops anyway. No, listen. You don't think that if we were to stop feeding 92 billion land animals and then just feed 8 billion humans, you don't think that we'd be lessening the amount of animals we're killing or unaliving through crop deaths? I mean, I guess.
Okay,
Why is it
Thank
your
you.
choice to dictate to me? Why should
So
I?
now you're
go
changing
vegan?
now you're changing the subject. But okay, I'm glad you agreed on that. So go ahead and ask your next question.
I'm asking, what gives you the right to tell me to go vegan? I like meat.
No one has the right to tell you what to do. All we're trying to do is to get you to
think about your actions, and if your ethics don't line up with your actions, then you can change.
Do you put animal morality on the same level as humans?
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I value humans more than other animals because I am human, but that does not give me a right to exploit other animals. Just because I might value humans more doesn't mean that I want to exploit other animals.
Well, I mean, I would say from even a religious point of view, which I could argue from, that yes, we have rule over animals.
So that means we should hurt them. We should be taking care of them. We should be hurting them. Do you think Jesus or God would want us to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so
God literally gives us this right.
in a book that was written 2,000 years ago. So I mean, like, come on, man, come on. You use your ethics now. Like
I'm using my ethics right now. Christian ethics.
Okay, so can I be Christian and be vegan at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. So if I were to not exploit animals, would I be merciful and kind to these animals?
Well, God doesn't even put these animals on the same plate.
Answer the question. If I was not exploiting animals, would I be showing mercy to animals at that point?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus would feel that same way? Isn't Jesus like a merciful, loving God?
Yes.
Okay, so if you said that I can still be vegan and be Christian and also be more merciful, wouldn't you think that I would want to go that route as a Christian?
I mean, it doesn't explicitly command that in the Bible.
Exactly. It does not command you to eat animals in the Bible.
Yeah, so even Jesus ate meat. So
so let's say he did. Well, he did. 2,000 years ago, they might have had to do that to survive. Right now, we do not have to do that. We are doing it for profit, pleasure, and tradition, which neither or any of those things are a good justification for unnecessary exploitation.
Unnecessary exploitation?
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
Unnecessary.
It's absolutely unnecessary.
There are benefits to a carnivore diet.
No, it's proven that you do not need to do that. It's proven you can thrive on a plant-based diet.
Yes, but you also have to supplement with other things.
No, listen, even if you had to, you still have a choice to do it. You still are able to do it and you can thrive. So
why would I want to do it and then have to supplement and pay more money to supplement?
You wouldn't have to pay more money.
Yes, you would.
No, hold on. A plant-based diet has been proven to be 10 to 30% cheaper than any other diet.
I don't know about that.
Look it up. It's very easy to look up. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look it up on your own. So again, I mean, you're going to see that I'm correct. And again, if you can thrive on a plant-based diet and not, lessen your exploitation as much as you possibly can, why not do that?
Well, it looks like you were right.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, I'm not choosing that.
Why wouldn't you choose that if that meant you were not exploiting animals best you possibly can?
Because I enjoy the taste of meat.
So you're saying that your taste pleasure is more important than unnecessary exploitation.
And it gives me nutrients relative.
But
to
we just went over that you can thrive on a plant-based diet and it's cheaper.
Yes, but this is the diet that works best for me.
So you're saying that your taste pleasures outweigh your compassion and empathy.
For animals, yes.
Okay. So you'd be okay if I were to raise a puppy and at 2 years old, I slit that puppy's throat and then I eat that puppy. You're okay with that? If I thought it tasted good?
I mean, sure.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So then you just don't have compassion and empathy for other sentient beings. So there's really no reason to talk to you.
Do I value a dog's life at the same value I value a human? No.
Did I ask that? No, I didn't ask that. So, like I said before, you can still value humans more than other animals. That does not mean that you have to exploit those animals. You can still give them the basic inherent right to not exploit them.
Well, what is a right?
What do you mean?
What is a right? Are rights objective or subjective? Do rights depend on a mind?
I mean, I think it's very easy to say that you have a right to not be exploited. I mean, do you disagree with that?
According to who?
Well,
according to me.
Yeah, we have.
That's according. So therefore, it's subjective.
And to you.
According to who?
To you.
What authority are you appealing to?
No authority.
Okay, so it's your subjective opinion.
So do you feel like you shouldn't be exploited?
I feel like that, but if someone else feels like that,
Do
if I
you
can't
feel
stop
like you
them,
shouldn't be exploited? You said you do not want to be exploited, right?
yeah, sure, I don't.
Okay, I don't want to exploit you either. I also don't want to exploit other sentient beings. So you don't want to be exploited, but
Are
you're
they
okay with
sentient on a
exploiting
human
others.
level? No.
You're okay with exploiting others.
Animals to eat? Yes.
Yeah, unnecessarily when they have sentience, they can feel, they can have subjective experiences.
Well,
They
I mean,
can
I
feel
know a way to
pain,
make them
they
not
can
to.
feel anxiety, they can feel love, they can feel happiness. You don't care about any of that because you
Not
want to
to a
taste their
human,
flesh.
not to a human level. Maybe
So,
maybe like
okay,
maybe like
give me
dolphins.
give me the reason why humans are more important than animals.
Why are humans more important than animals? You want me to
Yeah.
argue from my religion?
No, it doesn't say anything that it doesn't say humans are more important than other animals in the
Yes, it
Bible.
does.
Where
Why
does
are
it say
we?
that?
Why are we more important than human animals? Because we were created in the image of God.
Where
and they
does
were
it say
not.
that we're more
I think-
important than other
I think
animals?
we're
In the
meant to
Bible, we are
serve
created
the
in the image of
animals.
God.
We're meant to serve the animals. We're supposed to be the stewards.
No.
Yeah,
We're created
well,
in
I
the
mean,
image of
according to you, didn't God create other animals too? So wouldn't that be in his image as well?
Well, no, because we were created specifically in his image to mirror him. Animals were not.
How do you know that?
Well, according to the Bible.
Okay, the Bible, which is a man-made book written over and over and over again. So that means you believe the Bible, so that means that you believe in slavery, and slavery is okay, right?
Well, no, because guess what? You're talking about the covenant of Moses, and guess what? In the New Testament, Jesus does away with the covenant of Moses.
Oh, so you don't believe anything from the Old Testament?
Well, the Old Testament. What's the context of the Old Testament? It's
Hold
a
on, guys.
fallen world.
Look. I as much
Yeah,
as
I'm
I
sorry.
do.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
all good. I totally get it. There is a lot to unpack with religion. I just don't want it to get too derailed. So, I mean, I would just say, Nick, let's say I had a book, and then I'll let Landon take over. Let's say I had a book that was really old, and I really believed it, and it says that I get to enslave people who are not vegan. Does that now mean I'm morally allowed to do so?
What?
My religion says I can enslave people who are not vegan. So like you, I can enslave you because you don't share the same, you don't think like I do. So my book says I can enslave you. Does that now mean I have the moral right to enslave you?
I mean, no, not according to my
Exactly.
religion.
Yeah, but I don't believe your religion. I believe my religion.
Then, okay, what's your religion?
My religion says that I can enslave people who are not
What
vegan.
religion is this? What
It's-
God are you appealing
It's
to?
Anna's religion. That's what it's called. Anna's religion.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Can you therefore enforce that?
Well, I would just do it, right? I would just go
How?
and grab people, and I would kidnap them, and I'd put them in my basement. I'd feed them, right? Make sure they have at least a couple inches around
no
them.
vegan is kidnapping anyone.
Do you see where she's going with this, Nick?
Well, you don't even believe in a God, so you have no moral argument.
Can
What-
you prove that God exists, Nick?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Did
okay.
you ever read Romans? Did you ever read Romans 14:20, Nick, or Genesis 1:29? Because it'll totally say against what you just said.
Well, I mean, if we're
Genesis
too stuck on the
1:29?
religion thing, maybe we should just move on, because I think we made it pretty clear that it doesn't matter what your religion says, right? Like if my book says I have rights over your autonomy, you don't have to respect my religion in that sense for that particular thing, right? Because that
I'm not
involves
asking
crossing
you to
your
respect
autonomy.
my religion.
You
I'm not
are
asking you
though.
to
Hold
You're
on.
respect
telling
my
me to
religion.
Let's
respect
just
your
get this
religion.
straight. Let's just get this straight. Nick, you're saying that your religion justifies unnecessary exploitation, and you're okay with it because your religion says so. Is that
Well,
right?
Well, no, because we're created in the image of God. We have
No.
more
I
value.
didn't ask that question. I'm asking you, are you okay with unnecessary exploitation of sentient beings because you say that your Bible says it's okay? Is that a yes or is that a no?
The Bible doesn't say that.
Okay, then why are you arguing that? then?
Because you're not listening. That's why.
I'm listening.
Listen to what I'm saying. God gives us authority over land animals.
Okay, so
And we are
therefore,
created in the image of Him. Therefore, we have more objective value. Than
so
them.
therefore, it's okay to unnecessarily exploit other sentient beings.
How is it
according to your
unnecessary?
Bible.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say it's unnecessary.
It is unnecessary. What does necessary mean, Nick?
Where in the Bible does it say it's unnecessary?
Where does it? Oh, okay. It's not a commandment. Wouldn't you say it's unnecessary if it's not a commandment?
God doesn't prevent it.
It's not a commandment. It's not. They're not
No,
saying
but God doesn't explicitly.
if you don't harm animals, you're not going to heaven. It doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't say that. But also says it's not a sin.
So why would you want to harm animals when it's not necessary?
Because I like the taste of meat.
Okay, so you like that. Your taste pleasure outweighs your compassion and empathy for other sentient beings. We got it.
We have more objective value.
We got it. You have no ground for that.
Yes, I do.
You're using a book
image of
that
God.
there's
That's my
fucking
ground.
there's like
Justify
9,000 there's 9,000 religions, Nick.
This, Nick.
Can you justify your position?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, I can absolutely justify it.
According to who?
According to it gets to science, to what is actually real.
But yet
you feel pain, Nick. Other animals feel pain. I don't want to inflict pain because I know what pain feels like, and I don't like it. So therefore, I'm not going to inflict that on other individuals.
So you value animals' life just as much as you value sentient
Did I
life.
listen?
That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Just because I don't want to hurt another animal doesn't mean that I have equal thoughts on animals and humans. Just because I don't want to harm them and put their flesh in my mouth doesn't mean that I find humans and animals equal.
It's basically what you're saying.
Basically, what I'm saying is I don't want to harm animals just because I value humans more.
Okay. If I shoot an animal in the head, does it feel any pain?
If I shoot you in the head, do you feel any pain?
No, not really.
Okay, but would you want me to do that to you?
No, but it would be quick.
Okay, there you go. There you go. It doesn't matter if you feel pain or not. You don't want me to do that to you. Those other animals don't want me to do that to them either.
They don't think like
it's very consistent. It's very logical.
Yeah, and they don't think like
the golden rule.
They don't
Nick.
feel like we do.
The golden rule.
Different, Nick.
Yes, we are.
I mean, isn't it?
Hold
Don't
on.
you think it's wild?
Go ahead.
Sorry. You go ahead.
No. Please go ahead. I interrupted you.
It's just so wild
animals,
that you
animals and
hold
humans
on. Your religion is based off of mercy and love, and you are sitting here saying that it's justifiable to harm others because you want to taste their flesh. That is fucking wild.
Jesus did this.
That is wild.
How is this wild?
God, if you really think that if Jesus was around now, that he'd be okay with what we're doing to animals, you're fucking wild, bro.
Yes, he would.
Look into what you're talking about and what you're paying for.
I do. And
absolutely not.
Wrong.
Nick, you should go watch Christspiracy. It's not a religion debunk film. It actually goes and looks at the original sea scrolls and some of these words that you keep pointing to. So I think that you should go check that out. Would you be willing to go look that up?
You can't. No, you can't even tell me why I'm wrong.
See, he won't do it. He doesn't want to be proven.
I don't want to talk to you then. You're as sentient as a mushroom. You can send out signals, and that's about it. Apparently,
I was going to ask him what grade level he passed.
It's just it's so like literally, you're like, hey, will you watch this thing? No.
Yeah, you can't. He doesn't
want
my mind.
He doesn't want to feel like he's doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Even though his own God does not command for him to exploit animals.
All I hear is a baby crying for their pacifier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you can't take my num-nums.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
When I hear someone saying, like, you can't change my mind, I'm like, oh, well, I mean, obviously, this is not a conversation anymore. This is you just throwing a fit.
Yeah.
That's funny, though. All right. I see some people have been sitting here a minute. I feel like I've seen your name before. Hey, is it Deutscher?
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Oh, okay. Right on. So you're over 18, right?
I am.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Vegan, yeah. It comes down really to preference. And I think, listen to the argument that you was having with the previous guests, you guys were having. Yeah, people can thrive off different source of substance other than meat. It really comes down to preference. I'm actually looking to try veganism, if I can phrase it that way, for a while. But I do have a question though. Is it just for the unaliving of animals for food, or just period, just unaliving animals? Because I heard you guys keep saying unnecessary exploitation. So is there a necessary exploitation? I can't hear
Can't hear
you,
you, Anna. Can't hear you, Anna.
Not for me, no. There is no need to exploit an animal for me. There are still, sadly, animals being used in products that I don't have a say in, like the roads or drywall or something. There are some things that, sadly, we just need to speak up against. But as far as like when I have options, yeah, I have alternatives for everything. So.
Well, I mean, I don't think I think animals, one exception that I am very confident in utilizing animals for is medicine. I think even the medical, what is the FTC? What is it
Okay,
called?
well, before we move on to medical, I just want to ask, are you vegan in other aspects of your life? Like when you buy cosmetics, shampoo or conditioner or soap, do you make sure it wasn't tested on someone before you buy it?
Tested on someone?
Yeah. They'll rub it into rabbits' eyes or they'll shove it down beagles' throats until they puke.
I mean, tested on an animal?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Rabbits,
I don't,
beagles. Beagle's a type of dog.
They're someone, not a something.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't make that connection. An average person wouldn't. No, I that's not something I have.
What's a table? Is a table a someone or a something?
What's a table?
Yeah, a someone or a something.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
What is a table? A someone or a something? You have an echo. If you're using a microphone, you need to use headphones.
Oh, hold on. Still echo?
If I speak and I can hear myself, then nope, I don't hear anything.
Okay. Yeah, it's a something.
Right. A desk is a something. What is a human? A someone or a something?
I think this is trivial, but it's a something.
A human is a something?
I mean, someone.
Someone. Okay.
Someone.
Which one are animals more closely related to? A desk or a human?
Okay, I can say something. It's not a contention to me.
How about plants? Are plants a someone or a something?
In my mind, and I think most people's minds, it's a thing.
They're a thing. I agree. Which one are animals more closely related to? Plants or humans?
Again, I'm not contending or
so my point is that they're more closely related to us is my point, and they're someone because they're sentient. They have what we share, which is sentience. We care about what happens to us.
Right. And Dooch, do you know that you carry 99.9% of pig DNA? We all do.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm not. Again, these aren't the points that I'm more so interested in.
But the reason why they're saying all this to you is because they want you to not see animals as a thing because they're a sentient being. So just using that kind of wording, you're already degrading animals to be something to use instead of someone to respect.
Oh yeah, no. Again, no contention. Sentience, though, I see the way you use it, but most people would associate that word with some type of higher level of intelligence. But again, no contention for me. Can't hear you, host again.
Okay, so all I'm trying to say is that animals are a someone, right? And would you, in the event of buying shampoo, care to find out that it was shoved in someone's eye or shoved down someone's throat until they puked blood? Would that bother you and make you want to buy a different product?
Yeah, so that presupposes there's a product that it wasn't used for that purpose. Then
no,
sure.
the reason why they test on animals is for safety reasons, right? To make sure that you don't have issues. Let's say a child drinks the shampoo. We'll know the effects because they did it to someone beforehand. That's why they do it or claim to do it. But we have other technologies now, and And the reason why I asked you about, if you have two different products, one tested on animals and one not, what would you pick? They're the same product. What would you pick?
The one not tested on animals. But I would like you to be consistent, though, host, if I may, because if you're saying that there's other ways to do these things to eliminate utilizing it being shoved in an animal's eye, right?
Yeah, you can buy a product that doesn't do that.
Okay, sure. If you think back, a lot of medicines that are complex medicine, like for example.
Okay, so before you head into medicine, what do you think is the point? Well, because you're missing the point. You want to build a straw man. You're trying to set me up to say that someone who's sick should just not take life-saving medicine, right? To be consistent. Yeah, that's what you're going to reduce my point to. And what I want to get to the point is that vegans do whatever they can do. Exactly, that is a straw man. But vegans do whatever they can do when they have options. If someone had to take some life, greatly improves their life kind of drug, or it's a life or death kind of thing, I would advocate they take that medicine, but speak up for the ones that they, had to exploit for that medicine. But it's a personal thing. It's like, you have to already view animals as a someone. If you still think of a someone as a something, of course you're going to think of all the benefits you can get from them, right? But you need to consider your victim's experiences. Is it fair to make someone experience that so that you can have this drug, right?
Oh yeah, is it fair? I would say it is fair.
In what circumstances?
Oh yeah, sure. So in the
what if it's medicine? What if it's medicine that just makes me look fluffy? It's just cosmetic, but it was tested on animals. Do you think that's fair to the animals?
Okay, so you said a parameter about medicine that makes you look fluffy.
Yeah, whatever people want to do to their faces or whatever, they alter themselves for cosmetic reasons, not for medical reasons. They opt into this. Do you think that that's fair then to use medicine that they didn't need, that was forced on an animal?
You see, I'm being consistent. In that instance, within those parameters, no. But in the more high-risk parameters, where in the beginning,
are you going to talk about a necessity situation?
Okay, see, this is the third time. Yeah, you don't want to talk because you're not consistent, host.
Are you? No, I am consistent. You're not listening. La, la, la. You're not listening. I just said, in necessity, of course I understand someone to take medicine. You agree with me. If it's not necessary, they shouldn't do that. So we're in agreement, and I don't know what the F you're on about.
Because that's not what I'm talking about, taking medicine. You just don't want me to speak.
Go ahead. I'm going to give you 30 seconds because I don't want you to monologue. Go.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not talking about taking medicine. I'm talking about perfecting a medicine, which, for example, anti-venom. Is that how you say it in English? Right? To come up with the antidote for venom, we couldn't test it on human in the beginning stages. Go back to the beginning part of trying to find a solution for venom. We couldn't test it on
Why do you think
humans. That? If you're going to argue test it on criminals and stuff, then again, that's a whole other conversation.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. So with the beginning stages of coming up with the antivenom for
why do you think we have to test on animals?
What else options do we have, host?
God, you're thick. Why do you think we need to test on animals? Why?
Oh yeah,
what evidence do you have that shows that testing on animals is so ethical?
Oh yeah, so if we're talking about the effect of the how venom destroys our body, right? Our organisms, right? Our organs rather, right? Yeah. So animals have organs, we have organs. What else species have organs so we can come up with the right solution to for venom?
Okay, so if we had a way to test out, anti-venom without doing it on animals, wouldn't you agree we should do that?
Yes, is that a possibility?
That's all FNA, that's all veganism is. It's about when you have the option to fucking do the vegan option or go without if you can, right? You shouldn't be taking anti-venom just for the fun of it, right?
Okay. See, you keep dodging my point.
Should you take anti-venom for the fun of it?
Nobody does that literally.
Exactly. It's out of necessity. And honestly, I don't think we even need to test on animals anymore. We do have technologies right now. They have
can I mention
organs
something
on
real quick?
chips. Yeah, go ahead, Landon.
Hey, so just so you know, Deutscher, is that how you say it? So about 90% of like medicines that are tested on animals that go to human trials fail.
It's worse than that.
So
it's 96.
96% fail when they go to human trials. So it's not even a good way to test medicine out using animals.
So would you say the 4% of animals who were unalive, so humans could live, was necessary for those animals to be unalive?
100% were killed, by the way. Not just that 100% for that 4% success.
The ones that
it's not inconsequential. It's
very
consequential.
You guys don't want to admit it.
Dutcher, what BSL was trying to say a moment ago too, like again, like the technologies that we have today are not only much faster, they're also generally, as Landon said, much more accurate of ways of finding things out. So like imagine, right, the cure to your family members' like disease that they're currently living through was behind door number 1 or door number 2. And door number 1 had about like a 7% chance, maybe 10% at most, of having the answer to your daughter's or other family members' like disease, whatever it could be. And then door number 2, it had a 17% chance. Which door would you open?
The one with a higher chance.
Exactly. And that's all that is happening within animal testing versus non-animal testing in a lot of sciences today is like AI modeling and all these other things are just like infinitely faster and infinitely more resource efficient. And like that is massive. Like in like, say like the area of like cancer research, for instance, they're able to like run models that are currently like pacing to do like, 5,000 plus different like drug combination theories per year or in the same like relative range. Like that's exponentially ahead of any kind of animal testing trial that I could put together. So the idea is that we can not only find these answers, we can find them faster, we can find them more efficiently. Like if you were to design like a steel man of your argument, right? Like where we've tried everything in the books and like there's this horrible disease that is just ravaging people like a virus, right? Like we could say like chicken flu, H5N5 began spreading between humans, and H5N5 has like a 50% mortality rate as it stands right now. So in that situation where like half the world is going to be wiped out, and through desperation to find an answer, they turn to animal testing. Yeah, we could like relatively justify that within this really desperate scenario. But in terms of general research in most areas and most fields, animal testing is kind of going by the wayside because it's far less effective, far less efficient, far more resource intensive, far more expensive.
Okay, Keith, I'm not arguing. Listen to me clearly. I'm willing to put aside my biases. Not even biases. I truly think this. If there are other options in which you can come up with a medicine without unaliving animals, I say choose that 100% of the times. But that's not 100% of the cases. So I'm willing to say, which you guys sound like you're not, in those cases where you have to utilize animals, it is necessary for those animals to be unalive. You guys can't say that. Nonetheless, let's move away from medicine, because it's not just medicine. Complex surgeries is another one. Organ transplants, heart transplants, those first in the beginning stages had to be done on animals.
Yeah, but they now have modeling systems for producing these kinds of organ-based systems and replicating what physicians do inside the body, right? They don't need those things anymore. Like, yes, correct. These are things that occurred in the past, but we can actually train on far more different kinds of physiologies through these kinds of methods still as well. Like, again, like this technology is already known and in the works and getting better every single day. And again, is far more efficient, far more resource, not as resource extensive, and all these other things. So like we're working our way through this problem that we've got, right? Like, people want to advance medical technology and surgical technology and all kinds of technologies, but we have ways of doing these at this point in time that don't rely heavily on animal exploitation to make it happen, and that should be seen as a good thing.
I'm going to test you, right? For those instances, can you say those animals, it was necessary for those animals to be alive? Can you say that?
Yeah, if we're like talking about like a genuine like situation where like someone had no other option in terms of like trying to find like an answer to an extremely problematic thing, like again, we could just like
Venom. When we first came out with venom, would you say that it was necessary for those animals to be purposely infected with venom, and then because if the venom don't work, the host is going to be alive.
No. So
right?
I just want to understand I just want to understand. Are you trying to say that because you can find some few instances where maybe we needed to use animals, that in a time when you don't need to use animals, you should just keep ignoring the fact that they care what happens to them and use them for whatever the fuck you want? Is that what you're saying? So in your crazy logic, I should be able to kick dogs for fun. I should be able to breed dogs for dog fighting. And in fact, my local government is infringing on my rights to have a dog farm.
Big straw man. What a big straw man.
Why can't I have a dog farm? Why can't I have a dog farm? Should I start advocating for that then? Go stand out in the
host
corner?
Can't say it was necessary for those animals.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
She effectively did answer that in her response to you. Yeah, she did. She said even if we were to say that this was necessary, she then went on to say, even if we agreed to this, what does that change about our current circumstance? You're again pointing to what's called an appeal tradition, or like a tu quoque fallacy. You're saying like, oh, this happened in the past, therefore we should continue to do it now.
Or an appeal to it's also an appeal to genetics, or appeal to like genetic, because he's trying to say because some science came from horrible things, that justifies continuing to do horrible things to animals.
Centuries and centuries ago, they used to hack up humans to look at their biology. So is that okay?
Put words in my mouth. I already said if there's another option. Listen to me again.
Would you agree then? Would you agree? Would you agree that? No, wait, Lori. No, wait. I want to point out, Lori actually made a great point. There was a time in London when there were snatchers. They would kidnap people and take their life to sell them to scientists so that they could cut them open for cadaver classes. Would you agree? Because it advanced science, would you agree that those people, it was justified then to take their lives because it advanced science?
How does that correspond to what I'm talking about? And you're muted.
You lost your voice, Anna. You can't hear you, Anna.
You said that because... Yeah, I got it. So you said that because we learned things through abusing animals, we should continue to abuse animals. So I'm pointing to another time in history where we did the same thing to humans. Lori brought it up. There was a time when people would snatch other humans, take their life, and sell them to the local scientists so that they could do cadaver classes.
Host, you keep saying
would you agree then that it was necessary that those humans were taken? But we learned from them. We were able to learn about the human anatomy.
Okay. Host, I'm going to say it again. If there's an option...
So then what's the morally relevant difference?
Animals, okay. So first of all, where we are now medically, we can't 100% not do animal testing. COVID-19
How do you know that?
Came out,
you literally just make this up. You literally just make this up right now. You just sound like a crazy person because you haven't cited a single science at all. A science paper, a study, anything. Name something.
You want me to get a host? You're just so fragmented.
I do.
Calm down.
Oh, you need to calm down. You need to calm down.
Yourself.
You're the one that's all... What are you defending? What are you defending right now? Slitting throats.
What I'm defending.
You're defending slitting throats. You're defending slitting throats. God, I'm so bored of you. That guy was not listening. Like, I'm okay with a heated debate.
The next question I was just going to ask him is like, let's just say we accept all of what you're saying about just the medical stuff, and we just accept that and we move on. what is the justification for the needless slaughtering them for all the other reasons?
Couldn't get there. Oh, you're dodging his medical question. You're dodging it. You don't want to answer it.
He was too much on anti-venom and all that crap.
He was so focused on anti-venom. It was ridiculous.
Well,
Sorry,
according to him, medicine, testing on animals for medicine was necessary. So why isn't he vegan? Because he said, like, if it's not necessary, then we shouldn't be doing it. Okay, then go vegan, dude.
Go vegan. Which was the whole point that we were all trying to get to. Because we were like, regardless, let's say it was necessary in this one instance, does that mean we should start enslaving everybody else for trivial optional products? No, that's wrong. That's the whole point. You can avoid it, do so. Hey, Benjamin, are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 24. How are y'all?
Right on. Appreciate your patience. Why aren't you vegan?
I like eat meat and plants. It's like kind of both.
Okay.
But mainly it's just like I guess like I don't know. I couldn't just eat plants.
Okay. Do you know what veganism means?
Yeah, it's just eating plants.
I mean, that's something we do, but veganism is actually an ethical stance against the exploitation of other beings. So if I can avoid demanding someone's exploitation, I do so. Does that sound like it aligns with your own principles?
Right, but I did have an argument because like I was listening to this and I don't normally join lives, but plants as well also have feelings, is what I've researched.
What makes you say
So
that?
I mean, it's kind of because scientists have done studies where they hook plants up to.
Have you read these studies?
I don't remember exactly. I don't remember
You're
exactly
speaking
what it
about
was.
Dr. Carver's. You're speaking about Dr. Carver's work, which has been debunked a multitude of times because it's non-repeatable. The most important thing in scientific research is that you can write down your experiments, how they operated, how they functioned, how you confirmed them, all the variables in between. And everyone who attempted to repeat his process was unable to find the same answers that he derived. So, yeah, like, first of all, what you're quoting is a debunked scientist and debunked studies.
Okay. Yeah, I did not know that. I was just it's just something I've heard and kind of believed and lived by for like a long time because it's like if plants also have feelings, it's kind of the same argument on both ends.
Well, let's say they did. Let's say they did have sentience. They could feel everything. That would mean we would have to take their welfare into consideration, right? Their experiences. We'd have to put in welfare laws on how to harvest them and whatnot. So, of all the plants we grow, who do you think eats more plants? The 92.2 billion animals that we breed into existence every year that we have to feed? Or the 8 billion humans? Who eats more, do you think?
I do believe that animals do.
Yeah, 92.2 billion is a lot of individuals. That's just land animals, too. We also feed some fish as well, some of the grains that we harvest. So
every year.
Yeah. So if we're worried about plant experience, wouldn't you agree then we should stop breeding plants into existence to feed to animals? Stop feeding animals that need to eat more plants than a human, right?
Sorry. Can you repeat that for like dumb it down a little?
Okay, so you're saying that plants feel pain.
Yes.
Right?
Well, it's what I believe.
If a cow eats a plant, wouldn't that hurt the plant then?
Yes, exactly.
If a chicken was eating, the seeds, wouldn't that hurt the plant?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm pointing to is that those animals eat more plants. And if we're worried about plant welfare, we shouldn't be breeding animals that require to eat more plants. We could actually feed more humans and breed way less plants at the same time. There's a large, I don't know if you heard me already quote this study. I'm sure everyone's bored of hearing it. It's called Reducing Foods Environment.
I've been like in and out.
Okay. Well, I'll just sum it up. Big study found we use over 75% of our ag land, 3/4, used just for raising animals. We could use about 1/3 to 1/4 instead, so great reduction, just using plants. That's how much we feed to animals. So if you're worried about sentient plants that feel pain, you don't want to feed them to animals. That hurts them.
Right.
So
But
we
we
can.
also would be
So
eating those
eating them
plants.
directly would actually cause fewer plants to have to experience being eaten.
Okay. So wait, then what would we do with the animals that require to eat those plants?
Well, so the good news is, as Keith already explained, plants are not sentient. They don't make preferences. So you can eat them. They don't care, literally. Animals do care. We can feed plants that don't care to the animals that do care. And we'll just care for them until they pass away on their natural own way, you know? Just care for who's here now. Don't breed anybody into existence. And
Right.
about
So like
20 years from now, there
extinction.
would, I mean, in a way, there might be some that linger around, but they wouldn't be used anymore. They'd be just like your
I know,
neighbor
but
squirrel or blue jay.
yeah, true. But wouldn't that like start to mess up the food chain?
What food chain?
I don't know, like cats eat mice, something eats the cat,
How is
whatever.
you?
I don't know.
It wouldn't. There would.
The
It would.
livestock
Go ahead,
the
Keith.
livestock we breed are not part of the any kind of food chain, right? They're not like part of any natural ecosystem. So like
Right.
part of this isn't to just like open the floodgates and just like let them walk out into the streets or whatever. It would be to like relatively care for them, as she already went over, and then slowly over time their numbers would reduce, whether that's through like just the down investment in animal products as more of the world goes vegan, supply and demand. As demand goes down, supply also goes down. So like that's just like the innate quality we would see over time, is like effectively it would dwindle until it's effectively nothing or extremely small amounts of these animals that remain, that we simply take care of on sanctuary settings or similar ways. And perhaps some researchers like operate very carefully to see if there is some kind of natural reintroduction that could happen to the wild for some of these animals. But who knows? That's like a big what if, and not really a moral concern of great magnitude at that point.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But what about just letting animals die of natural causes and then us eating the freshly dead elder cow or whatnot? You know what I mean?
I would say, morally speaking, I think that would be fine, but there's something weird about looking at somebody as a living hot dog, Like, I don't look at my companion cat, or if I had a companion dog, I wouldn't look at them as like, oh, I can't wait till you keel over so I can eat them ribs, right?
Well, true, but I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
thought.
I mean, often I've
it
been
would
told that's not safe either.
It's two or three things here. I mean, like, one, it's like going to taste awful. Most people who eat like very old animals find it like chewy and rough and a horrible texture. Like, there's a reason cows are slaughtered between the ages of 1 to 3. There's a reason chickens are slaughtered when they're 6 weeks old. There's a reason pigs are slaughtered when they're 6 months old. It's not only because they've reached slaughter weight, like their effective maximum weight. It's also because that's when their flesh is at its tastiest for like the average consumer. So like it wouldn't happen to any like real capacity anyways. If it did, like the production levels would be so low because you'd be waiting like about 20 to 28 years for a cow to die of unalive of natural causes, meaning any tangible amount that would be extractable, because like we can't just magically make more space on planet Earth for these animals, really. So if you have to keep them around for an extra like 23 years and have no room to really add any extras until the other ones keel off, you're talking about the amount of consumption that would be like everyone could have like a steak once per year. Like that would be like probably the rough limit in that kind of system you're talking about, which just feels like grasping at straws at that point. It's like you ate plant-based for 364 days out of the year. Why are you adding in just like one extra day to do this when you absolutely didn't have to?
Also,
Yeah,
if you have compassion and empathy for other sentient beings, you shouldn't want to see them as someone to use at any point of their life. that make sense?
Yeah, true. But I'm just thinking of like the because you guys were talking about the morality of what would be more moral or more sensible, I guess. And I just think us like if we did eat meat, I mean I do eat meat and I enjoy it, but um for like the other people and all that stuff, um I think the more moral solution would just be um if you don't like eating it when it's old and dead, I don't really know what I'm trying to say, but
We could
I
just
think you
not
guys
do
get what I'm
any of that,
saying.
you know? We could just not breed animals unnecessarily. We could just eat plants
Oh
because
yeah, yeah.
like we don't
Just
we don't need
don't breed them unnecessarily.
exactly, and that's what everyone's doing right now because it is completely unnecessary to consume or use animals for anything right now.
Yeah, true. Um,
And if
I mean, I
you have
guess.
compassion for them, then you should look into veganism because literally veganism is an ethical stance against unnecessary exploitation of sentient beings. So if you have empathy for other sentient beings, then you should be vegan.
Right. So is there any like vegan type meats that just taste like a regular like cheeseburger? I guess
I would say impossible meat is probably the closest I've had to like a regular beef burger.
Okay.
I prefer Beyond, but I agree that the Impossible probably tastes closer to the real flesh. But Beyond is my favorite brand.
Okay. Stebo was saying that we are meant to eat animals. I, I kind of. I mean, I know yes, we can survive off of just plants, but for people who like work out at gyms and stuff and
Yeah,
get their like fitness in.
you can be a
Uh,
weightlifter. You can do anything you want on a plant-based diet. There's actually documentaries about stuff like that. There's one called Game Changers where they talk about weightlifters and athletes being on plant-based diet and how that can be a better diet for you if you are an athlete or weightlifter. Um, so people saying we're meant to eat animals, we are
Oh no, we're not
omnivores.
meant to eat animals. Yes,
We
I get it.
yeah, we're not obligate omnivores. We don't have to have animals. We can. We're able to. We had to do that back
Yeah,
in the day because we had to survive, but we're not in that situation anymore.
yeah, true. Well, what I do believe, listening to you all, is that like AI could come up with a solution where plants could most likely just replace meat altogether, and I do kind of agree with y'all. But until then, I think I'll just keep eating like cheeseburgers and
Can you do us a favor before you go? Could you promise to
yeah.
watch Dominion on YouTube? It's just a documentary. It's free. I think regardless of what you do for your diet, you should know exactly what it is you demand. And this just shows you what standard practice.
I've watched. Yeah, I've watched documentaries where they like mistreat
Okay.
animals and
This
stuff
one
like
in
that.
particular is actually really good because like I said, it's not a gotcha film, it's a standard practice film. Would you be willing to commit to go watch that? It's free on YouTube, like I said.
Yeah,
Awesome. I would
yeah,
love to
I'll
hear
watch
from you
that.
too. If after you watch it, you want to reach out to me, I'd love to hear from you.
All right, yeah, sounds good, y'all.
Cool. Appreciate you coming up, Benjamin.
All right, thank you all.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Have
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to cut you off halfway. I heard a lull. I thought maybe you were struggling to get out. Stebo, oh, I've seen you have been very vocal in the chat. How old are you?
Hello, I'm 43.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan?
Because just naturally we're meant to eat meat. All vegans have to supplement on vitamin D, zinc, chlorpide, and vitamin B. All those
So do
vitamins
you.
are naturally. Yeah, no, not me.
Yeah,
I eat
you
a lot
do.
of meat.
Yeah, you do.
I
No,
don't have
vitamin.
to.
You
No,
have
I
to
don't.
supplement because they have to supplement the animals. And if they don't supplement them, a lot of the times
No, that's
you'll be
not true.
deficient as well.
I do hunting, so every
Oh,
time I
so
go
they're
hunting.
even more deficient.
No, they're not.
Yeah, a
They're
lot of
not.
those
You're
animals are
wrong.
like mostly starving.
No,
Have
you're
you
wrong.
ever
They're
gotten your
pretty
blood
beefy.
tested?
Yeah, I'm healthy. I get it all the time because I work out.
Well, that's great for you. I've known people that went on the carnivore diet still were B12 deficient because the animals they were eating weren't supplemented.
No, they don't need enough meat.
That
They're
was
probably
his
doing more
reason.
carbo.
I'm not saying that's yours. I'm saying specifically that was his. So he was
Okay, that may
eating
be
lots
so.
of red meat, still no B12.
I
So the animals
seriously
must be
doubt it.
supplemented. Either it's supplemented to them or they get it from the dirt.
What is the best source of vitamin B12?
Bacteria.
You kidding me?
Supplements.
What is the best?
Where do you think the animals
what you
get
take?
it?
Is that where you take it? No, they don't get it.
Where do you think the animals get
They
it?
can get it from all kinds of things.
Like the animals don't make it. They have to take it. They have to get it from their environment. A lot of them get it from the dirt. I don't want to eat dirt. I'd rather eat a supplement made in a clean lab. You're telling me you'd rather have your B12 filtered through someone else's body who grew in poop and pee and was fearful.
Yeah, exactly like a plant. What is the difference between a plant?
Plant is not sentient, my friend. No brain, no central nervous system. You sound hilarious, bro. Bro, do you have a brain and a central nervous system? Because I'm starting to wonder.
Why do you guys keep muting me?
Because you just want to yell, and I don't like it. You're not here to have a conversation. You're here to be egotistical. You're here to fluff up your muscles and show off. You don't want to have a conversation. You're just here to mow us down. So I'm returning the favor. I'm returning the favor, and I'm sure it feels really good, right?
No, it feels really good that I'm right and you're wrong. You're proving yourself
You're not
wrong.
right, and you sound like a little baby. Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh, there he is. Oh, where? Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Here's
gonna
another
say,
guess.
like, what's-
Somebody say, Keith, go at him.
I was gonna say, hey Keith, if you want, do you want to start with this guy? This person has been patient. They might be a good person to talk to.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I was just gonna like ask him like a certain question about like using supplements versus not and negative health effects, but you know, it's whatever. Hey Nico, how old are you?
23.
Okay, cool. Just so you know, veganism would be a principled stance against the needless exploitation of sentient life where possible and practicable. Does that make sense?
Why am I ought to follow that?
Well, that's the whole point, is coming up to give your argument as to why you believe that would not be a good principle to hold.
Nah, it's not. I'm not saying you can hold to this principle. I'm asking why we ought to
Anyone
follow
can
it.
hold to any principle. I'm asking you why you believe that the arguments made within the idea of veganism would be incorrect, or rather, what is your argument against veganism?
Oh, hold on. What's the argument for veganism? I didn't hear it.
So the definition for veganism, not the argument, just to tell you what veganism is, it's a principled stance against the needless exploitation of all sentient life, where both possible and practicable. So that's like what it definitionally is. I'm asking you, what's your argument against holding this principle?
Yeah, it's like, why am I ought to follow this principle? Are you not trying to tell me to follow it or not?
Yeah, do you think that if I made like a principle about not exploiting humans, you should follow that?
If I value it, yeah, I value to not exploit other human beings.
So would you agree that, for instance, right, like you care about human rights? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, why is it wrong to exploit a human needlessly, especially like a vulnerable human being, such as like a child or a person with severe mental disabilities, how would you describe to me how you know it's wrong to exploit that individual?
I would say because God says so.
Okay, so if someone else's God says that it would be permissible to exploit that human being, that means that it's justified?
Then I would have to have a theological discussion with this person to find out which God is actually the correct God.
Okay, so how do you know then your God is the correct God?
The impossibility of the contrary.
The impossibility of the contrary. Okay, why is the contrary of it being a different God impossible?
Because you will destroy the possibility of knowledge, and therefore that will be impossible.
Okay, well that's just that's a claim with zero evidence.
Well, you're asking me the question and tell me to formulate the argument.
Yeah, formulate the argument.
Yeah,
What's
would
the
you say
argument all knowledge would dissipate without this God.
I think this going out of the point, which is the veganism. I don't know exactly that's proving
Well, you
veganism, but
asked me
I
how I
don't mind that.
grounded what I am doing as a vegan, how I ground that principle, and I'm testing how you would ground a principle, say, to not exploit humans. So I'm trying to get you to break down how that works, and then we could see if that same logic applies to non-human animals or not.
Yeah, so in my worldview,
Or if it's a consistent logical premise.
yeah, X is necessary for Y, therefore X. Is that a valid logical?
Okay, so like if this
Yes.
is like the premise, are you saying that like
No, would you okay?
just
So
like
this
the
is God.
thought
It's
of
not
this God existing
I'm
justifies
not.
the next?
I'm not gonna formulate like a premise one. It's gonna be just like God is necessary for a lot for the precondition of knowledge. Knowledge, therefore God.
Okay, so wait. What is the argument that God has all the knowledge?
Yeah, why do you respect other
knowledge.
people? Why do you respect other people? Because I think that's really what the point we're getting to,
Yeah,
right?
because
Why?
I respect other people because they are created in God's image.
Okay, so
And
they
God's
look like you.
sovereignty, not necessarily in this way. They are the workmanship. Instead of way they were created in the
Do
almost same
animals
coding
feel
structure.
pain?
Do animal feels pain? Yeah, I think but in what way? Like they have receptors and
If I
stuff.
poke
Yeah,
them with the knife, do they not like? Do they move away from it?
they would move away from
Okay.
it. Or they have a basic instinct.
Would you
yes.
agree that's a symptom of sentience?
Yeah, I would say they pretty.
Right.
They
They're having
seem
their own
to be-
subjective experience of a feeling, right?
I wouldn't know
Is
if they
pain a
they would
feeling?
be
Are you feeling
smart
pain?
enough.
Do you feel pain?
If they would know,
Do you
if
feel
they
pain?
would
Yes
be
or
smart
no?
enough.
Do you feel pain? Yes,
Yes,
or
I
no?
would feel pain, but I'm a
Okay.
person.
So
though.
do animals feel pain? Yes or no?
I mean, do they feel
Do
pain?
animals
Sure.
feel pain? Okay, thank you. They do feel pain. We have evidence that animals feel pain. They're sentient. We know that they care about what happens to them. So it doesn't matter what your book says, because if you don't need to cause someone suffering, you shouldn't, right?
I don't think they persons. No, they
I didn't
beings,
say
but not
that.
persons.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, and I don't appreciate that. I didn't say that, did I? What did I say?
No, you didn't.
What
No,
did I say?
I'm saying that.
What did
you
I
didn't
say?
say that.
What
But
did I say?
you're putting it in the same category.
What
You said they
did
feel
I
pain.
say? Oh,
You
they feel
said they
pain.
feel
They do
pain,
feel
right.
pain. Okay, good. Do you think that
Right.
you should cause
Mhm.
animals pain when you don't need to? Should I kick
When
a
I
dog
don't
for
need.
fun?
For fun, I wouldn't say kick a dog for
Why
fun.
not?
No.
What's wrong with me
But
kicking
if
a dog for fun?
I'm agnostic. You know what? I
What's
don't
wrong with
know.
me
I'm
kicking a
agnostic
dog? So you're telling me you're agnostic? You're walking by the
on this
park
subject.
and someone is just they're just going to town kicking an innocent dog who has done nothing. You're gonna think, oh, I'm neutral on that. That person's having a good time.
Well, I don't have like a strong argument against kicking a
Would you
dog, so
think that
that's why I'm
they're a
saying I'm
moral
neutral. to it.
person?
The moral person, well, they
Yeah.
haven't infringed
Someone
any
going
morals.
after a dog for fun, they're just laughing it up, kicking this dog. Would you think that's a moral person?
As long as it doesn't unalive any other human being, then I think there's
So
the
it's
morals
okay
there.
to kick dogs for fun. You think it's okay to kick dogs for fun?
That's it. I say I'm agnostic.
I
I'm
think you're
agnostic on this
lying.
subject.
You're a liar,
You're
liar,
also an
pants
idiot.
on fire. Sorry, go ahead.
Also a
Leland.
fucking moron.
Yeah, you're an idiot. Like, you're lying. You're lying because you know where this goes. It doesn't matter about your religion. Animals feel pain. It's wrong to
If he's
kick dogs for
agnostic, he
fun.
doesn't have a religion.
He
Yeah.
can't prove his religion, but he's agnostic about it, whether or not you should kick a dog.
Yeah. Pretty sure your
Right.
God is not agnostic on kicking dogs. Pretty sure your God is probably something about compassion and peace, right? We didn't really get to the point of what kind of God it was. I was just like, it doesn't matter what your God says. Animals care about what happens to them. And if we get into this whole bullshit of who has a soul, who cares, right? You're just saying you get a second life and they have just this, and that you get to take it even sooner. That's not fair. Your religious talk, I should say, I shouldn't insult. I don't I just don't really want to fight people on religion because it can just unravel and unravel and unravel. And I just don't care to do it. I want people to live the lives they want to live without demanding animal exploitation. But
yeah. No, yeah, I mean, it was going to like definitely hit a wall in that regardless anyways, because he was either going to catch a contradiction or he was going to have to admit that, oh, yeah, religion isn't just like invariably true, especially for my religion in particular. Like, that was the wild part to me, is like, my religion is definitely correct. Like, I'd love to hear the argument for that.
Right? Exactly. That's why I always say, like, my religion says this, and they go, your religion's made up. I'm like, isn't everybody's? Like, like can you prove?
There's 10,000 religions. There's definitely a number of those 10,000 religions where someone just kind of sat around for a little bit and went, that was it.
Yeah, that was it. 100%. Yep. Anyway, let's see. We've got. Oh, this might be a
we'll
child.
make it up as we go along.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's just, I would be mindful that people are going to take advantage of your captive attention, right? When you're in a religion. So you need to be vigilant on who is talking to you and who benefits from what they're saying, right? Because you just never know. You always got to be careful. That's why religion, it was just a wild ride. You feel there's a lot of manipulation. And I got to say, I do not like being manipulated. It's not okay. So
we're not in a religion. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Let's bring up. I got dumb name. Hey. Oh, maybe. Are you here? Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you over 18?
Yeah, I am.
Right on. I appreciate your patience. I saw you sitting there a minute. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Oh, I am vegan. I just have a quick question for you guys.
Oh, okay. What's that?
Who do you think has better morals? A passionate vegan who supports ICE or an anti-vegan who opposes ICE?
I don't know. That's kind of a weird one. Because
I don't think that you can be vegan and support.
I was going to say, like, how can you be
feels
against...
oxymoronic. I think you're talking about like a plant-based dieter or like a pure animal rights person is perhaps what you mean, like a non-human animal rights activist who has no like consideration within the vegan philosophy to include like the Homo sapien species as an animal. Like if they're just like arbitrarily excluding humans that way, then then it would be like, a question of like a non-human animal rights activist who supports ICE versus a vegan a non-vegan, non-animal rights activist completely who doesn't support ICE. Is that what you mean?
I mean, not really. I mean, like an actual vegan. A guy who
I
just
would
cares
say
about,
someone can be technically vegan for the animals and be for ICE, but I don't want to be associated with that asshole. Like there are people.
Veganism is?
Yeah, veganism.
Does he even know what veganism is?
Typically, someone. Oh, you said you're.
Yeah,
vegan.
I've been a vegan for like almost 10 years. Yeah,
So
I know.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be associated. So oddly, I don't know if talking about this stuff will affect my life, but I've actually known.
Oh yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble or anything.
No,
like
I just don't know what it does to the algorithm. It doesn't matter. We're gonna do it anyway. But I've known vegans that are rumpers, that support this Cheeto in place, and I don't know. Or I've heard of even racist people who are for animal rights. But it to me is so confusing because when I speak about animal rights, I'm coming from the perspective that humans already have inherent rights, right? We have this inherent right to not be exploited by others. So, like, it confuses me when someone's like, no, but we can, discriminate arbitrarily by some random trait with humans, but not with animals. That just sounds weird to me, but...
All right, let me just put it another way. Say, like, the plane you're in just crashed, and you're in, like, a lifeboat, like, in the South Pacific, and you've only got room for, like, one more person. One of them is, like, just a ICE-supporting vegan. the other is just a leftist anti-vegan, and you're headed
I
to
don't
like
think he's
to a
vegan. I think
to an
I think
island.
he's trolling you guys.
I'm not.
No,
Like I
okay,
just
you know what? I'll
whose
entertain
life would
it.
you save?
I'll entertain it. I would take probably the non-vegan.
I probably
Really?
would too.
Yeah, I probably would
But I
too.
mean, wouldn't
Because,
you worry about that guy like killing
well, so
animals
in
while
my
you're sleeping?
perspective, most non-vegans are unaware of what they're supporting. So it depends. If are you saying that this person purposely knows that they're causing animal suffering? You know, they're knowing that they're doing it, knowing they have options and can do it in another way, and they're purposely doing it because they enjoy the harm that happens to animals, or they just
I mean, not
genuinely
that they
don't
enjoy
care.
the harm. It's just that they care more about the pleasure they get. I mean, wouldn't you say that like most left wingers who
So
aren't
if that was the
vegan are?
case, if they were
Yes.
knowingly doing it to animals, that would be, honestly, I don't even know. I might leave them both.
Because I mean, wouldn't you say that like most leftists who are non-vegan are consciously non-vegan? Because I mean, the only excuse I think for not being vegan is ignorance, right? Like not knowing anything about it. But every leftist knows what veganism is. They have
They
vegan
kind of do. A
friends.
lot of them still
Well,
watch like these podcasts and such that are advertising using animals so hard. So I feel like we're still told more often to use animals, even by leftist organizations.
yeah, I think leftist people are extremely ignorant when it comes to veganism.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
know
they.
I know lots of them.
Yeah,
Hey
exactly.
now.
Same.
Hey
Yeah.
now.
I mean,
Well, thanks for taking my call. Thanks a lot.
okay. Well, I just want. Can I
All
ask
right.
you one quick question before you go? What
Yeah.
does veganism mean for you? Just so we can
Veganism to me
get
is
his opinion.
it's about it's purely about the animals, like not wanting to harm animals at all. Like I think that animals and people are equal in their ability to feel pain.
Okay, well, I wouldn't necessarily go with harm just because, I mean, you're existing, you're going to cause harm unknowingly. In
Well,
fact,
intentional
doing
harm.
casual things. Yeah, exactly.
Intentional
So,
harm.
yeah, if you can avoid demanding like someone's exploitation, I would say, right? Because that's demanding someone be used without their consent or born into existence or have their autonomy violated. Harm just kind of, you can get into sticky slopes with harm reduction, right? You're not going to be able to reduce. There's going to be a point where you'd have to be a monk, right? Living out in the middle of nowhere if you wanted to reduce all possible harm, because you could technically survive that way.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think the main point to make here is like, even if you were to like, have the definition of veganism be only about non-human animals, to be logically consistent within your arguments for veganism, you would then have to hold the stance of being non-exploitative to human animals. Otherwise, you're throwing the name the trait argument out the window.
Okay, but what about people who harm animals? Did you care about them?
I mean,
Sorry, what?
tell me, what's the context of why they hurt animals? Is it like knowingly out of fun, or do they have something
Yeah,
wrong with them?
knowingly. Like if someone just like throws rocks at dogs just for fun.
I mean,
Like,
I
is
would
that
think they
someone
need
you
help
should-
first. Like Jeffrey Dahmer,
Yeah.
right? He had those kind of signs. He clearly needed help in some manner. There was something wrong going on, That's, I personally don't really like how our justice system works. I would like people that are causing trouble, harm, or whatever to be apprehended, but I want them to be genuinely met at their level and rehabilitated in an actual healthy, natural way for them, so that they know how to live in society and deal with whatever thoughts are coming into their head and be able to be peaceful among other people, but also be comfortable with who they are, right? Because right now, what
Like
the
what about
system is like,
what about slaughterhouse workers?
yeah, what about them?
Like they could not care less about animals. They have no compassion at all for them. They
I don't think
literally
that's the
torture
case.
them. I mean, they
That's not
torture
the
them
case.
to death. What,
No, I would
slaughterhouse workers
say
have compassion for animals?
I would say slaughterhouse workers are probably people that are very vulnerable and very focused on whatever problems they got going on in their life, because most people don't aspire to go work at a slaughterhouse, right? Nobody wants to like grow up to be the one that slits the throat of an animal.
I think most
There's a
I think most
reason that,
Western
like,
people don't do that, but
there's
I
a-
mean,
Well,
there's a
that's what I
reason
mean.
why like the majority of slaughterhouse workers in say like the United States are immigrants and prison workers, right? Like there's a reason
Nobody
for
wants to
this.
do that job.
I mean that could be because they just don't care about animals. They come from cultures where they just don't have
It's
compassion
also
for
again,
because
animals.
they're
see?
forced to do these actions by the prison system, or they're
No, I
forced
mean,
to do
well,
these
prisoners are
actions
different. I'm talking
because
about
they
like most of them
or
being just immigrants.
Yes, and these immigrants can very well come from like a place of ignorance, right? It's like the idea of like if you don't if someone just grows up, right, in an area where people were extremely racist, we would understand why that person would take on racist tendencies and traits if they didn't have the proper information given to them to help them think about why they shouldn't be racist. Because unfortunately, because of human nature and history, a lot of people didn't really think about their wrongdoing in these like grandiose ways. So like it basically be like
because it was
off and telling
normalized.
people, yeah, it gets normalized and it's seen as like a non-issue, a non-wrong. And if we just like completely throw these people aside and cast them aside as like automatically immoral without having a conversation with them at minimum, well, then yeah, we're going to be casting aside like a lot of potentially good people just because they're doing something bad now. So an individual working in a slaughterhouse, commonly, you know, one of the highest rates of PTSD and other mental health disorders come from people working in these industries, meaning they don't like this job. It causes immense mental trauma to a huge number of them. And the people that are doing it and can get through it without trauma, yes, it can be because it's been normalized in their life through like past events. And because of that, they're able to just transition and move through it. And many of these people are uneducated on the topic. They've never had a conversation with a vegan, let alone looked at vegan, you know, information or resources, or potentially don't even have an opportunity to get any other kind of job. Depending
I
on
mean,
the
but don't you think that like torturing an animal to death is just a lot worse than just being racist from a moral standpoint?
So again,
yeah, we
with
can
all
look
the
at these things as
context.
being. It's not
Okay,
about.
but
Yeah,
I mean, when you
it's
talk
not.
about,
Yeah,
or
it's not
sorry,
about.
when you talk about ignorance, like these people, I mean, they have more information than literally almost anyone else because they get to see those animals up close in person. Like they get to know beyond any doubt whatsoever that those animals feel
Yeah,
pain. Like they look into their
it,
eyes, they hear their screams, they hear their cries, and yet they
right.
still do it.
But no, again, the propaganda
But how
that
can
the
you be
group
brainwashed into that sort of thing?
because do you? I mean, do we have to
I
go
mean,
over
you can
like?
be
Do we
brainwashed
have
into
to go
eating
over
meat just because of
1920s Germany?
what about
Like
it?
people have been brainwashed drastically to dislike huge numbers of people for no valid reason whatsoever, other
Yeah,
than disliking them.
okay, yeah, I don't think most of them could have been torturing those people to death
Wait,
though
okay,
for
wait.
like
I'm
their
really confused though. What is your point, Dom? What is your claim that you're trying to fight for? Because I really don't know what we're arguing about.
Like, is this like an argument that we like? Because again, like even if we concede the idea that you know veganism is completely devoid of any you know human animal consideration within it, again, to be logically consistent, you personally, you personally should hold to this the value and stances to be non-exploitative to human animals as well, based off of the exact same principles,
I do, but
right?
I'll put it this way.
So
I only care about humans who care about animals. I don't care about
sure,
humans
sure.
who harm
This is
animals.
again like this is like basically you're prescribing a punishment system, and that's not what veganism. Veganism isn't a punishment system. You're kind of like deriving laws that you personally would hold, which is that humans who are non-vegan should be subjugated or harmed or left behind or
It
whatever it is,
sounds
right?
like you got dystopian, a little
Yeah,
dystopia.
yeah, for real. Like, you know, we get the sentiment, but yeah, veganism is like something. Jesus, cat. um, sorry, jumped on my lap out of nowhere. So yeah, veganism is not a punishment system. It's not an enforcement framework or like a theory of how the world should be governed. It's just to prescribe how others who, or sorry, it's not to prescribe how others who cause harm should be like controlled or imprisoned or punished. It's just a self-directed ethical constraint for you. It's just a guide for you as a moral agent capable of reflection and choice, you know, ought to act.
Yes,
And
but
the same principle would be applied
it's
here.
toward animals though, like
But
including
sure,
humans
again, we
into it
even
waters
though
it
again
down.
that's fine. That's fine. You can hold that premise, but
It's
again, to be
not me holding it. It's
again,
how it was.
no. I'm saying to be logic, like even if you said veganism is purely non-human animals, to be logically consistent in your treatment towards non-human animals, you would also say I shouldn't go out of my way to needlessly exploit human animals if I don't need to be doing that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're talking
That's
about
all
being
that needs to
exploited,
be
though.
said. We don't really need to, spend time talking about like a punishment system and how that should operate. That's going to be
Well,
dealt
who's
with
talking
on
about
a
punish? Well,
much
actually,
deeper.
I would like to punish people who harm animals. I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah, again, I understand the premise, right, of like how we already do this for people who participate in like dog fighting rings. I'm like totally on board with these premises, but if we discuss these, like we can hold these values and see them as true, but we have to like be able to also be able to like relatively enforce them. Otherwise, it's just kind of like speculative as to what we would do and say like a world that's now 70%, vegan. And everyone is like, for the majority, like, or at least 51% vegan, like almost everyone or by the majority, people want to not see animals exploited in these ways. And then like, yeah, we can like absolutely contemplate like laws about what we would do if we like pass these laws and what that would mean for people who are punished in scenarios, and like what the verdict should look like and how long they should be punished, what kind of ways they should be punished. Like this is about a law system that you're talking about now, and that's like certainly something that we can discuss, but that wouldn't be what veganism is inherently about. Veganism is about, again, like a guide for how you should behave, you as a moral agent considering your own actions.
All right, yeah, I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I get what you're saying there. Just one question for you guys. Like, say ICE deported all slaughterhouse workers. Would you support that, or would you be against it? Even if it meant like the animal agriculture would pretty
I
much
would
be
be
shut
against
down.
it. I would
You'd be
absolutely be
against ICE
against it.
deporting slaughterhouse workers?
Absolutely against it. Yeah, no, I would never do that.
What
to
about
an
you,
animal.
Landon?
Yeah, I wouldn't be down for that either.
Even if it meant there would be like no more animal slaughter, at least on an industrial level,
You
for a
have
while?
no idea where these people have come from, their backgrounds.
Well,
You
the
don't
majority
know.
of them
You're
are
assuming just
undocumented.
because of their occupation that they're bad
All right, but
people, and
just
it's like,
all right for
Well, I mean, if we were just talking about a practicality thing, right? If we do this, the United States, in a very short matter of time, is going to, yeah, very, very drastic reduction in animal products going out the door, and beef exports and like the internal use within the United States or other animals used within the United States. The amount of production and the demand and supply and all these things would be drastically impacted. That people are gonna like overwhelmingly lose their mind, because yeah, most Americans right now, like if you're talking about like a vegan world where everyone's mostly vegan or like prominently vegan, and then they wanted to deport people doing these actions that have already been like deemed unlawful, the action of like slaughtering animals and things like that needlessly, like that would be one thing. But like if we were to do this action right now, I mean, I would guarantee that because of the current demand of individuals and the law not caring about, animal exploitation, effectively they're going to find one way or another, whether it's through automation or literally just bringing these people back, they're going to want to drive that supply back in, because the demand of all the individuals still wanting animal products, that part won't change. It's still going to effectively remain the same, or if at best it would just be like a temporary reduction for like a year or two, right? It wouldn't resolve the issue. The issue has to be resolved through meaningful education, meaningful public demand changes to drive out and build laws and infrastructure systems that actually care about not exploiting, all sentient life. But to get there, yeah, we got to like start somewhere. And yeah, like just having ICE cause more, chaos and dissentment between the United States, leading to civil wars, leading to world wars, and all these other things that could come from doing an action like you're describing, is going to make it even harder to now try to get people to care about non-human animals, because we're making the human animal situation even worse in the process. Like it's a very fragile ecosystem, if you will.
Okay. Well, all right. Thanks for taking my question. I love your videos, by the way. Your debates are really interesting.
Yeah,
Appreciate
can
you.
I just say one thing to you, Dom? Are you indigenous?
Indigenous?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Are you indigenous? Are you native?
You mean like Native American?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, all non-Native Americans are immigrants. You know that? If you're not
What?
indigenous, you're an immigrant.
So even if I was born here, I'm an immigrant?
Even if you're still an immigrant.
How?
Everybody
Okay, all
on this
right.
panel
I
except
see what
me
you're trying to
is an
say. I don't know what
immigrant.
the point of what you're saying is, though. But
Well, you're saying immigrants, that you want these
Right.
immigrants taken away with this ICE
the
raid.
ones who
okay?
work in slaughterhouses, yeah.
Right. It's
Okay,
specifically, yeah. He was trying to use.
Specifically, I'm saying that if you're not indigenous,
Well, actually,
you're
no.
an
I'd rather
immigrant.
have them like go to prison instead of taken away. But
I mean,
so you're like it's like, are you for ICE?
I'm for ICE deporting slaughterhouse workers.
So you are for ICE. You
I
would
mean,
be
do you know what
supporting
they
ICE at that
do?
point.
If
Do you know
ICE
what they
supported
do?
slaughterhouse,
You're literally supporting the Gestapo. Like they're like sending them to schmontrication camps.
well,
Like,
do you know how many people ICE has deported so far?
okay.
Do you know how many? Like if you had to
I
guess
don't
the
even want
number.
to know,
Gets to deport
honestly.
you?
I'm just gonna
Does that
end it
mean?
here. I just don't
Yeah,
want to
I'm
talk
just
about it
saying.
anymore, okay?
ICE can deport any of you.
Yeah, it can happen to any of us. It's gross. That's why I was like, I would leave probably both of those people he suggested. Ross, you're rubbing your mic a lot. Hey, are you a child? You are a child. Sorry, I let that last one probably go on a little too long. I didn't really have any requests, so I was just letting it be entertained. But yeah, personally don't need any more ice. There's plenty of ice out there. So I don't know. I was trying to make a pun there to lighten the mood because that they really do. It's really gross out there right now. And yeah. You can be for human rights and animal rights at the same time. It doesn't take from either rights. Like humans don't lose rights if we give animals or respect animals' inherent rights. So, and we should respect each other for the same reasons we should respect animals, right? Like, we're all sentient beings. We all care about what happens to us. And not all of us have all the information. I certainly don't. But the information I have, I try to make the best choices, right? And I believe the best in other people. I think that most reasonable people, although they still might sound unreasonable when they first come across the information, realize what their real principles are and look into things. So, I don't know. I don't understand how you can say I'm okay with harming people that don't understand that what they're doing is wrong. It's just not fair. But I don't know if somebody is Landon. I see you unmuted. Were you speaking?
Oh no, sorry.
Okay, good. No, I was like, my headphones died last time, so then I was worried that it was suddenly just. Never mind. I got worried because it was so quiet.
We're just kind of listening. I get his sentiment, but also what you're saying makes the most sense. It's like we don't know everything about these people, and like you're pretty much saying you want these people that are probably going through really terrible things to be put through more hardships because they've been put in a really, really fucked up situation.
Exactly. That's just not fair. Yep. Well, I don't know. Do you guys think I should restart again? I only have like 12 people in here. They're probably all vegan. Hey guys, I see the vegan heretic. I see the 40-year-old vegan. I don't know. I think it might. I was gonna say. I feel like it'll be like this for a little while. I might restart again. Yeah, I might.
Yeah, you had an okay amount earlier. There's like 50 people.
I know there was a second it got there, and then it just dropped hard again. I don't know. Maybe it was the bringing up the chili stuff. Maybe that was, or the boots, or I don't know what the phrase is that TikTok uses for that topic. I wonder if that conversation though is what pulled it down.
You know, they took away too. We can't look at other people's profiles now.
Oh, like while we're live?
Yeah, you can't tap on somebody else's profile and see if they're a kid or not.
Well, that's ridiculous. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't have any requests right now. Are you guys okay if I restart?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna hop down. But yeah, I mean, I hope it gets more people in when you get your video back up. But
fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, appreciate you having me. Good talking.
Yeah. Hey, everyone, go follow
y'all.
Landon Plants. If you're not following him already, follow everybody on this panel, please. Keith is a great activist. He's up on other people's panels. Goes live on Tofu Whisperer. Landon Plants goes live. I keep missing your lives. I get shared them, and I'm like, damn it, I missed him again. But please go follow Landon. I know. How dare I? I haven't been in the TikTok scene for a minute. I need to get back into it. I've just been
No, it's all
going
good.
live, so. Well, you know, it's
Okay.
important. I
All
want to
good.
see other
Restart
people's
then?
info. Yes.
You
Yeah.
gonna
And then
restart
follow
now?
Lori,
Okay.
last but not least. Please go
Oh,
check out
thank
Two
you.
Spirit Veg. She goes on other people's panels, so you'll see lots of vegans, and she's just a plethora of information. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good
Absolutely.
night, y'all.
Good night, guys, and I'll see you in like a minute. Well, whoever
Okay.
comes back. All right. Bye. Oh, yeah, I gotta move that. All right, YouTube, bear with me. Actually, let's see, where is ew, tofu, it's delicious. What are you talking about? Okay, I have to BRB, so you guys get to just look at my monies, I guess, right there. I'll be right back. Okay, YouTube, I'm back. Sorry for the moment. I had to go take a break for a second. All right. I'm actually gonna, let's see if I close this. You're gonna see John Stewart. I don't even know if you can actually. Where is TikTok? Okay, there it is. Oh my goodness, it's taking a sweet time. Okay. Oh, hold on. It's gonna be weird for a second. Hold on. Okay, we want that down there. And this to go over here. Something like that. That looks pretty good, I think. Let me see. Oh, I see. Can you see that up there? There, now I can see it. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking through the bright lights. It's really hard. And I'm trying to make this as big for YouTube as possible. Go live. Okay. Then we can finish stretching this out. Something like that. Oh, damn it. Oh, thank you, Savvy. Oh my God, get more monies. I know, I'm trying to gamify it because I want it to be fun. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. There we go. Now I got it. Oh, that took way too much effort. Okay. Now where's the... Okay, I think this is the chat. Goes there. Down to... Where does it go down to? Oh, nice. Goes all the way down. All the way down. Oh, damn. that as well. They connect all these things. You have to unconnect them. And now I just messed up my scene. Okay. I think it's okay. All right. We're live again. Woo. Okay. Multi-guest. Pulling it up. All right. Hey, Lori. Welcome back.
Hey.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me switch my OBS here. Oop. There we go. Now you can see me. Well,
Yep.
actually, you can see me the whole time. That TikTok or YouTube couldn't see me. All right.
Okay. That's weird. You's not even up anymore. I'm surprised he's gone.
Oh, wow.
That's early.
Oh, Turtle Man baby gave me $20. Holy crap. Love the activism. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Peggy. Oh, send me a heart. Oh, I see. I put a little heart on the side. Okay. Oh, thank you, Peggy. That's so sweet. Oh my gosh. Lori, I saw you also donated to me. I didn't thank you for that. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, you gave me the heart. That was really sweet. You guys, I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I want to gamify it. So if you guys really want to do that, you really want to give money, we can at least make it fun so that you can, I don't know. I haven't figured out what to do yet. I've been trying to write down some ideas. We'll see what I come up with. Ian's actually got some good ideas cooking, but I don't want to reveal them before they're done because, you know, showing your work before you're done, you don't get the full picture yet. So anyway.
Figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm just reading the YouTube chat right now. You can't convince me a vegan steak is as good as a Wagyu steak or a prime rib. Actually, they're better because they don't require someone to lose everything for you to have some cultural pleasure, right? Steak is just a pleasure thing. It's a sensory pleasure. Oops. So would you want someone to use your body because it's pleasurable? I know I wouldn't. Yeah, so I heard Jon Stewart was vegan, but I don't know anymore because he made a comment about going to a deli. And I was like, he didn't specify though. And there are vegan delis. So I don't know. I know that his wife.
Big Ed said he's not vegan.
Oh, okay.
In the chat.
Okay. Yeah, his wife has a sanctuary. Exactly.
Yeah, Big Nick. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew they had the sanctuary, and I remember them having an interview where they were asking him about his vegan diet, and he even made a post. It's still on the internet where he's like eating nutritional yeast, which is like known as a favorite among
I had no idea. I didn't
vegans.
know about Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking online here. It says that like as of 2025, like there was like a whole article like written, I guess, on it. But yeah, he's like apparently still vegan in 2025. Probably now still in 2026. I mean, it's only the first month, so he's probably not gonna have like an interview about it. But
I had heard he was like there was some questionable activities, but like yeah, his wife owns a sanctuary, so I figure even if he did slip up, she'd probably be up his ass, I'd hope.
Yeah.
It was just the way he it was on his segment, his last segment. He said something about going to the deli and getting a sandwich made. And I was like, oh, a deli.
Sometimes
Okay.
too, like he doesn't like really play the part of a vegan on like the Daily Show.
Right.
He doesn't talk about it, and that's unfortunate. But because of that, like in the writing studio, he might say things that like again just like appeal to the general public, not talking about veganism or like animal rights or anything like that. So it might just be for the skit, for the line that he says, the deli. Whereas he in real life, if he was talking to us, he'd be like, yeah, I'm going to go to my plant-based deli.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, that could totally be. There was also someone else who said something. It was the director. What was his name? Cameron. Oh my god, the famous one. He made Avatar and a bunch of other great movies.
Oh, James Cameron.
James Cameron, thank you. I couldn't think of his first name. But he was on another talk show, and he said his favorite sandwich was a turkey sandwich. I was like, what? I thought you were like one of those people that was like actively speaking up for the animals. So, but again, it could be vegan turkey, right?
I mean, he might just be eating vegan turkey because that guy doesn't even serve. Like, he serves all vegan food on his sets.
On his
too.
sets.
He doesn't
That's
let
why I was
animal
so
products
confused.
be
I'm like, why
served.
would you say that's your favorite sandwich?
I mean, it might just like be like me when I'm walking through the aisle at work and I'm like, everybody's talking about cheese or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like cheddar.
Right.
You know, like of course I'm vegan, but like, you know, my friends that know what I'm talking about, but everybody else, I'm just part of the conversation.
I'm thinking too, like potential like Freudian slip or whatever. Like he meant tofurkey.
Yeah, I would hope
Guess
so.
that could have happened too.
He didn't specify, so I was like searching the internet, and there's no other evidence other than that comment. And same thing with Jon Stewart, right? It's just that one comment that I'm like scouring the internet. And I found the same thing. Like, as of we know of right now, other than that comment, everything has been vegan, so very well could be still. But I just was like, huh?
Yeah, I've made some jokes. I've made some jokes being part of the group at work that people would probably question me though. But like my friends that know me know that like they know what I'm talking about and where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we get some people up. Anybody I see some non-vegans in here. Anybody want to tell me why they're not vegan? I see you say pork is good. Is that, you got to specify, is that long pig or short pig? Is that human or non-human? Doesn't let you request. That's weird. Uh-oh, did I break a rule? Has that been the problem maybe? Like people haven't been able to request? I don't know. You guys, Lori was able to request. Oh, she didn't have an
That's a
issue.
good question.
I don't know, because Billy the kid says they can't request up. No. I don't know. I sent you an invite. I did.
I don't know. So many things are going wacko with you know, TikTok. It's like, who knows?
You know, from my observation, TikTok has been less than stellar since the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, crud. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
I totally acted up today on my side.
Yeah, actually I've heard of other people, they would make posts and it said they had 0 views even though we had seen, like,
They're
I'd
getting
confirmed
views.
Yeah, I was like, I saw that content though. Like, how could it say 0
And then
views?
Sierra like sent me a couple of posts and said she like couldn't repost them.
Exactly.
You can't repost. They took reposting down, and you can't check other people's profiles to see if they're kids. Like, I can't tap on your name, Nick. It just goes to something else. So weird.
That's wild. Well,
They got rid of it.
if we have a terrible of TT here, look for my name elsewhere. Just so I don't get flagged. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. We love TikTok shop. We love TikTok.
I'm going to Facebook. I'm going to
TikTok
Facebook.
shop. TikTok shop.
Love that TikTok
Man,
shop.
I think
just bought a whole bunch
FB
of
is
TikTok
like
stuff.
Facebook is like the most unhinged one of the whole group, man. I only turned my profile on after years and years of not using it because I had an Oculus and I wanted to take videos. And they switched it. They were like, for like a year, it was like you have to have a Facebook profile to like save and share videos at all. And then like, boom, suddenly they took it off and they like fished me into the Facebook, and I'm getting ready to delete my account again because it's one thing to see the bots posting that stuff, but to see somebody posting it, and then you got to like remove them. And I'm trying to explain to my friends, I'm like, look, dude, just because you were friends with this person like 20 years ago for like 6 months during some summer fun doesn't mean you like owe them your time on socials or outside of socials if they hold views that you find to be abhorrent.
Yep. Hey,
True.
OD.
That's true.
Welcome up.
How's everybody doing?
It's going all right. It's kind of slow right
Yeah.
now. T, I
Yeah.
don't remember. T, your name looks familiar. I feel like I've spoken to you before. Do you guys know T? I don't know.
I don't.
Hey, T, are you over 18? Oh, we can't hear you if you teacup.
Hello?
Hi, are you over 18?
I am.
What year were you born?
I was born 2008.
Okay.
January 11th, baby.
All right. So why aren't you vegan yet?
I personally don't believe in veganism. I don't think it's necessarily
in it.
harmful.
What
But,
does veganism mean?
you know, just the typical your face value veganism, refusing to eat meat.
Oh, that's not what veganism is. That sounds, if anything, more like vegetarian. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. So it's not just how I eat, but what I wear, what I'm entertained by, what cosmetics I use. If I can
Okay.
avoid demanding someone's exploitation, I do so.
Okay, you said someone's exploitation. Can you expand on that? Like
Yeah.
someone's as like
Sentient
animals?
beings. Yeah, a
Okay.
sentient being is a subject that's having a subjective experience. They can experience emotions, so they can have their own subjective experience of pain, joy, loss.
Okay. But through the exploitation of others, it has been like something it's an unfortunate thing, but it has developed our society so much through
Yeah.
the
Do you think we
past
should
how
keep
many
doing
years.
that, or should we stop it if we can?
Where would we go without it?
What do you mean?
If you can give me like a good
We
I
could
don't know
just use
idea
plant-based
of how we
products.
could proceed without it.
So right now, currently, we're overusing resources. So it's not a matter of we can't go plant-based. It's that we have to do anything for the planet. We're gonna have to drastically. A lot of people go plant-based. It's just the way that we're using resources. But let's say it
That's
made the
where we're
planet.
headed, yeah.
Yeah, but let's say it was actually better for the planet to farm animals. I would still
It
advocate
is
for
very good for the planet to farm animals.
whatever. Doesn't matter. You're wrong, but it doesn't matter, right? Even if it benefited the planet, that doesn't justify enslaving someone. Doesn't justify violating them, separating them from their families. You know, if you can avoid doing that, you should.
Okay, I see your
I was gonna say, would you tolerate being enslaved in the name of, fighting for climate change? Losing your autonomy, all of that.
Okay, I live on a farm, so I will admit you can look up multiple videos of abuse on
No,
many
even on
fronts,
nice farms. Like what is on your farm? What animals
but
are
I
you?
feed you.
No, you don't.
By
You
the
don't feed
byproduct,
me.
no, I do, because on the
I don't
byproducts
use
of the animals that
animals.
I raise are by the byproducts of the animals that I raise. I feed your plants.
This
I
doesn't
feed your
justify your
plants.
animal use. This does not justify you exploiting and enslaving animals. Go ahead, OD.
But where would
Yeah.
our world be without it?
So where would we be without that fertilizer that you're talking about right there? So
And this
so
is
the reason
there's so many things that
so the reason
tie
why
into it.
well, you asked the question, I'm going to answer it because this is my area of expertise. I am in the green industry. I work as an arborist currently, but I've also lived on farms and I am a pesticide manager, etc. In any case, so the reason why we use animal-based fertilizers is because they are byproducts of that situation. If we if we did not have those, we would use other forms of fertilizers. We would use more compost, etc. And yes, we would continue to use some of the chemical-based fertilizers that we currently use, but a lot more of our fertilizers would be plant-based, etc. The whole reason why so much animal based fertilizers are used is because the animal product industry needs somewhere for that feces to go, as well as the bone meal. They need the feces and bone meal to go somewhere, and so they sell it for reasonably cheap to the farmers. That's what happens.
So basically, what we're saying is there are ways that we can fertilize and, cover all our crops without using animal waste. We can make green composts.
Yeah. And vegans are out here. We're the ones who are trying to change that. We're the ones who are making the actual efforts to change the more exploitive and more harmful parts of the farming practices.
Yeah, and just for the record, manure only makes up about like 8% of fertilizers used today, like right now. So manure isn't really even like a primary component in the vast majority of situations. But yeah, even if we were to because manure, if it does get used, is perhaps on like organic farms and whatnot. So veganic agriculture and organic agriculture, because they're not using commonly synthetic fertilizers, they usually have slightly lower yields, takes a little bit more time, et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of yield, you get about 90% of the yield of conventional farming through organic agriculture. And then you also get about 90% of the yield through veganic agriculture. The only difference between organic and veganic really is that veganic doesn't use any animal inputs.
Also, real quick,
so not
to distract, but I just need to thank someone because they donated $10. Johnny Vegan Seed, thank you for that. For the animals, really appreciate you. All right, sorry, go ahead, T. They're on YouTube, and I feel a little more compelled to read those off, but go ahead.
So I do see there is a lot of ways to self-sustain with veganism, but at the same time, I don't classify it at all as exploitive or enslaving an animal to take care of them. And most happy farms, as you described, it's still exploitive. We take care of these animals. These animals are our way of life. These animals are everything to us. So I don't really see how it's
your
exploitive.
dollar signs. That's all they are to you, is your dollar signs.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit right there. Well, that is not the case.
Let's take a side from that for a second here. So let's say that you were someone's pet. Kind of going with the sophist version of this. Let's say that you were someone's pet. Somebody somebody fed you, took care of you, took you to the doctor, etc. But they also decided who you interacted with. They decided where you were going to live and what you were going to eat without any input from you. How would you feel about that?
Well, could you not own a pet at that instance?
I'm just asking you, how would you feel to be someone's pet?
As long as I'm taken care of, dude. I mean, that's really, if that's being a pet. We all have pets.
So you would be fine with not getting to choose who you interact with, being taken away from your family, being being fed only like kibble, and not getting to have hearty meals, and not getting to leave the house without someone taking you with them.
I believe there's a difference.
I'm asking about you.
No, I'm not saying it's me. I believe that there's a difference between the sentience of these beings. I don't think they have a human conscience. They do feel things. They do have their own conscience, but it's not. I don't think they realize that that's what's going on.
So I am asking about you as a human, how you would feel about that, because what it comes down to is that there is the thing that is happening there is that someone else is controlling your life. You are not getting your own life. And the same is happening for these animals. You know, in nature, they get to choose who they socialize with, where they go, what they eat, etc. And we've taken that away from them. We have stolen that away from them. We have, you know, stolen who they get to have. I'll say who they get to mate with. You know, we are the ones that decide that. And you know, that removes any consent from anything, because animals, you know, they aren't even able to consent. They are not able to have informed consent.
So could you break that down in a shorter manner?
Sure.
Because I'm thinking of my next argument.
So basically what I'm saying is that by controlling the lives of these animals, we are putting ourselves in a godlike position. We are saying that we have the omnipotence to say how they live their lives when they are born and when they will die, the knowledge of God.
Okay, but you could also argue all of this as using the resources of the land. And what is the difference between if it was the opposite case? Why would you think that they wouldn't do the same to us?
I don't care what they would do to us. What I care is about not using the power that we have to usurp the power of others to be alive, and not using and not pretending to be a god. I do not want to be a god.
It doesn't have to be like that, though. It's not the same.
It doesn't have to happen. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do it. You're right. We do not have to treat animals like this.
Okay, well, we're gonna go back here a little bit. What's the difference between having a pet and having farm animals well taken care of? There's not really a difference. Sure, you get a byproduct of what they produce, but like I have probably around 100 chickens. They're fat and happy. They free range chickens. They go wherever they want, mate with whoever they please. I get the eggs. I can sell them or I can eat them. I let them live their lives. It's not abuse. It's not exploitation. I'm not exploiting these chickens whatsoever.
So are you okay? So you say you're not exploiting them. Are you getting a positive yield from them?
Yes, but
okay. Are you doing something that changes the length of their lifetime or the quality of their life?
Not at all.
Yes, you are changing the quality of their lives.
How is that so? How is that so?
Because you are so they're just out there in the wild.
Okay.
Are you saying that? You're saying that the chickens are just out there in the wild?
We give them shelter to come in at night, because otherwise coyotes, other predators will come and kill them, and we've had multiple problems with that.
I mean, why are they there?
You are doing things to change the quality of their life.
You demanded that they be there.
I'm giving them better quality.
You don't need to protect them.
Because they wouldn't even have
Hey, can I ask our guy one question here? What is the reason that you have the chickens?
So that way we can survive, they can survive. It's
no.
mutual
Okay. How's it mutually so you have the chickens so you can survive? That's how you started off, and I'm gonna kind of leave it at that, because chickens, they're born into this. They're born at some egg farm, okay, and then they're sold at some feed store, like a Tractor Supply or whatever your local feed store is. so you go and give them money. So you're still just giving the egg industry money. And then you give the chicken coop companies money, so you're giving them money, and you're paying to have these chickens bred into existent. Now, also, how many roosters do you have?
We don't carry many roosters. We have
So what
the
does that mean? We
staples.
don't carry many roosters. What does that mean?
We don't use those animals. We either give them away or just let them free. We don't
You
use
let them
roosters.
free. Got you. So what do you mean by let them free? You
Well,
mean
what do you
let
think
them?
I'm gonna do? Just chop
So
What an environmental nightmare.
So, well, wait, no, guys, let me finish. So by let them free, you mean let them wander out and get eaten by a coyote because their life
Yes, but
doesn't
that's what they
matter?
would do. That's what they. Okay, you
Got
just
you. So
invalidated
their
your
life
entire
doesn't
argument.
matter. Their life
Oh,
doesn't
their
matter
life
as much.
does
Wait,
matter because
let me
I
finish.
hold a
I'm not.
value
I am
on.
not done asking this
Okay, go.
question. So the rooster's life doesn't matter as much as the chicken that can give you an egg, is what you're telling me.
That's basic human complex. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know where you
That's why you
stand.
value your vehicle that you can go to drive
Okay,
to
because
work
I
for.
have a lot of chickens here, and I've had a lot of chickens here, and I've
Okay.
rescued a lot of chickens, and I keep the chickens without feeling like I need to take something from them because the chicken is what matters to me, not the egg. I've had chickens that I've saved from farm cullings. I have chickens I've saved from vegetarians. I've had chickens I've saved from neighbors, roosters too. We welcome all roosters because roosters are not an inconvenience. Roosters are a life that deserves to live.
Okay, well, I never said that the roosters were an inconvenience because the reason that we don't keep the roosters is because they will take up
Be an
feed and
inconvenience.
they're
Go
just.
ahead. Yeah.
And then we personally, I'm not saying they don't hold as much meaning, but we personally don't see the reason to keep feeding something that can't sustain us as well.
Okay, I just want to let you guys know that you will see every backyard chickener twist and contort themselves into some quasi-ethical situation where it's okay to kill rooster boys.
Well, they
I'm
even just
done.
said
Thank you.
something. They even just said
Yeah, that's-
something.
Those are the exploitation words that you just used. Yeah.
Exploitation
I'm not going to feed something unless it provides for me. That's our point. You're objectifying
Okay, well, do you want me to refer?
someone.
Do you want me to refer to the animal in my backyard as someone? That is not a human. That is something.
So what? They're a
No,
someone.
that is not how that
Do you
works.
see
Because I want
why?
you to find the local
word one does
animal
not mean
rescue and
human.
give them your roosters when they're an inconvenience instead of
so let
just
me give
letting
you
them
some
wander
background.
off.
That's what we did for the longest time. Is we gave
something is when you're uncertain, or you know that there's not a entity, like an actual sentient being behind what you're looking at. If I'm looking at a stone, yeah, that's like something over there. It's a stone. And even this could apply, right? In the case of even humans. Like if I saw a shadowy figure in the distance,
Are you
and
gonna
I
call
said,
that someone, though?
and I said, no, I see a shadowy figure in the distance. I go, there's something over there. And then once I realize, oh, it's a human. Oh, it's someone. Just like how I see a shadowy figure off in the distance, I go, oh no, there's something over there. And then once I realize, oh, that's a dog, that's someone. There's someone, not something. Thing would imply some inanimate object.
Okay, but if you and your buddy are sitting out there and you say, "Oh, there's something over there," and you see a dog, oh, let me correct myself. That's someone. Oh,
T.
Hey, Bill. Hey,
This
have a good
T.
one over there.
Please. I want you to understand what we're talking about. What we're trying to say is when you say something, now the individual is no longer an individual who has subjective experiences, but rather an inanimate object. So you can use
And
them
I'll
then
have you
as a
know,
resource because they're an object now. Like you're kind of saying I could kick dogs for fun because they're an
Nobody
object.
said that.
They're a thing. So therefore I can disregard what they prefer, right? Can I
hey, and
kick
if my
dogs for
neighbor's
fun?
dog were into someone, I wouldn't ask him to put him on the phone every time I call.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense. That really.
No, it's a thing.
Okay, I really don't get that, but
I think they're
respect
just
that.
just kind of bringing some levity into the conversation, which is needed.
Yeah.
What we're trying to say though, like just trying to be sensible here. You agree with me, I'm sure. Kicking a dog for fun is immoral because the dog suffers, right?
Yes, every animal needs to be treated with respect, but Also,
So what if we
you're going
just
to
don't
live on a
breed them
farm,
into
you need to pull your
existence?
weight.
What if we just don't breed them into existence? Then there's no suffering at all.
If we don't breed them into existence, would they even exist?
Why does that matter, though? What is
They
more
would not.
immoral? Hold on. What is more immoral? Not breeding someone into existence or breeding someone into existence to use them? Which one is more moral? Which one is less moral?
I'm giving life to
Which one is less
creature. I
moral,
am
T?
helping Mother
T,
Nature give
you're
me
dodging
force.
my question.
Ooh.
I need you to
Oh my
answer
God.
this. I need you to answer my
Okay,
question.
I don't care about your
What was
moral
my question?
bullshit.
What was my question?
Your
my question?
question was whether breeding in an animal in the natural way.
No, that's not what I said. I said someone.
Okay, am I
What if I
putting
wanted
two
to breed
horses into a
humans?
stall and making
T,
them fuck to
what
make
if
them
I want breed?
exploit
Stop,
this horse?
T, stop talking. Let's say I wanted to breed humans into existence. Tell me why that's wrong. Like I want to breed them into existence without their consent, and I want to use them for my own purposes. Why is that wrong?
Oh, that's obviously wrong because they're human beings,
And why do we
can
respect
communicate
human
and feel
beings?
empathy for them
Why do we respect human beings?
because they're one of us.
I don't care that they're one of us. Why should I respect these human beings?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. They're
Tell
one
me
of
why
us.
I
They're
shouldn't farm humans. I'm going to start a human farm. Tell me
what
why
is
I
a
shouldn't.
human farm going to do for you?
I'm going to breed them for their hair. I'm going to sell it for wigs. I'm going to, when they reach about, 20, I'm going to chop them up into little bits and sell their meat. Tell me why I shouldn't do that.
And I think it's really
Well, I think
cool
that's
when books are
probably
are bound with human leather. That's so cool and so goth.
Okay.
Tell me why we shouldn't
Okay.
do that. Why shouldn't we bound books with human flesh?
Because
Is it
why would we
disrespectful
when
to
we have an
humans?
alternative?
Exactly. We have alternatives.
would
We
you
shouldn't do
rather
that to
cut up-
somebody.
Would you
It's not
rather cut up your
respecting
own
someone.
guy or
What are you talking about?
It's a
to be-
resource.
to
It's
be
a
clear,
resource given to us.
To be clear, the question, effectively is this: what's the morally relevant trait difference between human animals and non-human animals? Where if you were to remove that trait from the human animal, it would also justify needless exploitation of that human animal.
Say that again.
What's the morally relevant trait that we universally see in all humans, where if I remove that trait from the human, it would now be okay to exploit them in the same ways we're doing to these non-human animals, which, mind you, this is about needless exploitation. That's what veganism stands against. So we're talking about, in both scenarios, the non-human animals being exploited needlessly and the human animals being exploited needlessly. What's the morally relevant universal trait that I have to take away from the human to make it okay to do it to them?
So you're saying what's the difference of taking away the title or disassociating the fact that it is a human versus an animal?
Yeah, because they're both sentient beings. You're saying one sentient being is worthy of this moral level of moral consideration, the other one is not. So we're saying for the one that is not, what's the morally relevant difference between these two sentient beings that justifies needless exploitation of one but not needless exploitation of the other?
That is one way to look at it. I feel like if you take away the stigmatism, then yes, you have a point.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what is the morally relevant trait that would justify doing it needlessly to one but not the other? Do you have anything for it? For that question?
I think it's regarded as the way you see it. I believe that. Go ahead.
Did you hear the question?
Sorry, no, I just don't know what you meant by that.
Did you hear the question at all?
Subjective?
Somewhat.
What is it in humans that you respect that animals don't have?
I can interact with a human. I'm interacting with you right now.
Not all
I think
humans.
I value
Sorry,
more.
Not all
T,
humans.
really quick. Yeah, T, I asked you for a universal trait applied and seen in every last human being. There's plenty of human beings who cannot communicate and never could. And never will.
Okay.
So that's
Well,
not a universally applied trait. So what's the universally a trait that we could apply?
I don't see the point of this question. I don't see
Well,
how
the
this is
point of the
relevant.
question is that you again, so we have two sentient beings, like humans and non-human animals,
Hold on.
both fall into the
The
realm of
point of the
sentient
question is
individuals.
for you to justify why you are enslaving one and not the other. Because if you're doing something that's atrocious, you should justify it. You better have a good reason, right?
Right. I'd be curious to see like his chicken area, what it looks like, how big it is, how many chickens he has in there. Because like normally like a backyard chickener's idea of it like humane is very different than like a person who keeps chicken as pets ideas as humane.
I mean, it wouldn't matter much because, like, even if this was like a 4-star hotel, like, it still
Yeah.
wouldn't make it moral. So, like, the whole point is again to name what's the morally relevant trait between the human animal and the non-human animal that would justify doing this to one but not the other. Universal trait.
The universal trait, as in like what separates us.
Yeah, what's the universal trait we see in all humans, where if we were to remove that trait from a particular human, it would now make it okay to exploit that individual in the same kind of
Power.
ways that we're doing to these non-human animals?
I'd say power and status.
Okay, so if I took away power and status from another human being, it would be okay to exploit them needlessly?
That's what we did in the 1800s. I mean, that's
No,
not
I'm
right,
asking you,
but
is that moral? That's effectively the question. Like, yeah,
No.
are you saying that in the 1800s it was moral to like enslave humans?
it was not, because that was other humans.
Yeah, again, so we're not getting an
But
answer.
what
then.
is the
I'm asking
definition of
you.
enslave here, though? Because it was a very different, quote unquote, enslave that you do to animals when we were working
I'm
other
aware
people
it's
to death.
different in different circumstances. Again, the whole point of enslavement is it's the revoking of their autonomy, right? That's one of the core fundamentals of slavery, is revoking someone's autonomy to live their life how they would like to. And some level, they are indentured to their exploiter, to their oppressor. So, like, that's the main, like, basal requirements for most definitions of slavery. But again, it's not really the point. I'm saying in this scenario, like, if we, again, were to do the exact same thing that you perhaps are doing right now in your backyard to these chickens, what would we have to remove from a human to make it okay to treat them in the exact same manner you're doing to these chickens in your backyard?
I already answered that question.
Okay, what's the trait?
I already said power.
Okay, so again, if I took away power, and you also said status, if I took away power and status from a human, it would be okay to exploit them.
Obviously not, because that's another
Okay,
human being.
then that's not answering the question. I'm asking you what's the morally relevant trait, and when we test and ask you if I actually took that trait away from a human, you say it's not justified. So again, what is then the morally relevant trait that justifies needless exploitation of one but not the other? Because it's not that. You just admitted that if I took away power and status from a human, that would not justify it. So that's not the trait.
Well, I'm saying, in my opinion, it wouldn't be obviously okay, but it, at one point, if a human had no power, then it would technically justify.
So again, you're saying in the 1600s, the 1700s, when people had their power revoked from them, was it moral and justified to do
Like an
so?
example, they used to put women that weren't crazy, but they would call hysterical, right? They would put them in prison essentially, and they would shave their hair and sell it to wig makers without their consent. Wouldn't you agree that would be, exploitation at least?
That would be exploitation, but I feel like this entire situation is grouping animals with people.
You can't tell us the difference.
Because they're both sentient beings.
They're both
They
sentient
both have
beings
the-
that
they-
both
they-
deserve
hold on.
respect.
Yes, so they both
yes.
have the capacity to suffer. They both have their own sentient subjective experience. The concept of what happens to you matters to you, and what happens to them matters to them. That most basal recognition that exists, and also the concepts of consent. Like, we consider the concept of consent, whether we're talking about fully cognizant human beings, we're talking about children, we're talking about infants, we're talking about people with severe mental disabilities. We have complete, over the top analysis and making sure consent is done in meaningful ways in these situations. and when we don't have, say, the consent of a person with severe mental disabilities, we wouldn't go out of our way to do something that is clearly exploitative of them and their resources and their autonomy, right? That's the whole point, is to name a morally relevant trait that justifies exploiting one but not the other. Because if there is no morally relevant trait, then we're doing something problematic and we should probably stop.
Right,
I don't
and you
know.
need to stop looking at animals as being subservient or not smart, because chickens can remember faces, they make different call signs, they purr when they're happy, they do all kinds of things, just like
That's
They can
how
even do
sentience.
basic math, you know?
That's basic sentience.
exactly.
Yeah, basic sentience. Like that's the morally, like we have, right, the effective like cutoff of what we would, you know, morally consider for non-exploitation, like doing our best to avoid exploitative practices when we don't need to. Like the most basic requirement to meet that standard for us would just be the statement of sentience, right? For you, it's something else, and it's only findable within humans according to your statements. So we're trying to find what is that thing, what is that trait within humans that makes it not okay to do these same practices to them, but when we do them to non-human animals, it is okay. So that's
Yeah, and I would
what
even argue
that's
that power and status aren't traits. Those are like privileges that we bring upon ourselves above other
well,
people as
trait can
humans.
be within this question. Trait is like very expansive. It can like name all different kinds of things. Like, yeah, if I was just like saying like a biological trait, that wouldn't be a biological trait by any stretch, but it could be a trait of an individual where one individual could be more powerful than the other. But removing that power from that individual wouldn't be morally relevant, because if we did that to a human, we would think that the person exploiting the other human who has less power to be an awful human being at that point.
Thank you, Keith.
Of course.
I don't know. I just see this situation as I see your points and I respect your points, but I personally I wouldn't be able to live past
You can't get out of the
not raising
indoctrination, huh, T?
the indoctrination. That's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. Can you expand on the indoctrination part?
And that's what we've all been, is indoctrinated into thinking that we need to eat it to survive, just like with
Well, we don't
religion.
need to. That's
No, you're right.
part
We
of
don't. But you're
we're
saying that
omnivores
you're
biologically.
saying you're going to say you don't think that you can do it, right?
I personally wouldn't be able to give up meat. No.
Well, I would say that if you really own a farm, you should look into the Mercy for Animals farm transition program that's transitioning people that are in animal farming over to like mushroom farming and oat milk processing. Like people say like this is our livelihood and we can't do it, but I mean really people are doing it right now. Like as we speak, it's in the works. Like farms are transitioning away from dairy and eggs and chicken meat, and they're transitioning into like lion's mane mushrooms, other gourmet mushrooms are transitioning into like making oat milk, things like that. It's definitely possible.
I see how that works, but I've been raised with meat my entire
It's been
life. I believe
indoctrinated.
it's not indoctrination. It is
It's
not
indoctrination.
indoctrination. It
It's
is not
Well,
indoctrination
indoctrination.
because
T
your
again.
It's
parents, their
called basic human
parents.
biological that we've done it for millennia.
Right. Again, like this is like the same premise, right? Like if someone grew up their entire life holding to, say, like a racist ideology, and then I had a conversation with them and I asked them for what's the morally relevant trait difference between your skin color
Very
and
hung up on
another,
that.
hold on, and another person's skin color. And when they were posed to try to like, what's the morally relevant trait difference that if you removed it, it would make it okay to exploit one person of their skin color and not the other, and they can't provide an answer to that, well, they're now in a moral contradiction because they think that sentient beings, in your case, right, you think both sentient beings should and should not be exploited needlessly without naming a relevant trait that exists between the groups that you find okay and not okay to exploit, despite both being sentient. That's what we're pointing out here. So like, just like how if someone pointed out, hey, you can't name a morally relevant trait that justifies being racist towards this group of people, but not your own. Well, that person should make a change and recognize the indoctrination that existed within their life. They did it their entire life. They should be able to also use inferences and critical thinking to go, shoot, I am doing something immoral and hateful and harmful towards another group of individuals just because I have a preference for that. I completely do not recognize the victimhood that they could be experiencing, the exploitation that they could be experiencing, the oppression they could be experiencing in lieu of what I traditionally grew up with. This is what Lori means when she's telling you that this is an indoctrination thing. It's a traditional thing. You're using these as arguments to continue exploitation rather than connecting the dots. Because if you can't provide an answer to the question I gave you, then you're just needlessly exploiting them, and you don't have a good reason for doing so.
I would not do any of this if I homestead. This is how I live. This is what I have. It saves money. It saves both of us, the animal and me, unnecessary harm. I'm not sitting there beating a chicken waiting for it to lay an egg. We both benefit from this. It lives. It wouldn't be able to live without me.
Yeah,
and I'm giving it a
you're
good life.
orchestrating their births continuing to take place. That's the reason why you have 100+ of them, is because you orchestrate
I'm letting
and
them
allow.
reproduce. I'm not involved in any of it. The only thing I do is throw out the feed, let them go outside.
Correct. Yes, you create the situation in which they create more individuals, causing you to need to exacerbate this statement of continuing to use and exploit them. And this goes back to
would you rather them be dead outside in the wild?
This goes back to VSL's original question to you. Is it better for us to breed? Because again, you can't name a morally relevant trait difference still between the non-human and the human animal. So is it a morally relevant thing, or is it moral rather, for me to breed humans into existence to get a use out of them? Or should I do my best to try to stop whatever breeding program I have running in my background, in my backyard, that's causing humans to keep populating back there?
Okay, well, it's because humans are one of us, and I would rather kill an animal than another human being. I can't really hold a meaningful conversation with a pig.
You can't even justify your actions. You can't hold a meaningful conversation with other humans right now.
Yeah, there's
I have meaningful conversations with my pigs all the time.
Yeah, I do too. I have a pig. Her name's Margot. We feed her scraps.
Why did you say you can't?
Yeah.
Well, we feed our pigs a proper, healthy diet. We try to keep them away from scraps. Just like a dog, we try to keep the pig away from scraps because he deserves a proper, healthy diet.
Yeah. Okay, like again, even if you didn't have like any meaningful conversation with the pig, again, that's not a morally relevant trait, because like we mentioned already, there's humans that you could never communicate with ever. They just straight up cannot. They don't have the capacity to communicate at all, and it would be wrong to exploit them. So like that's not a morally relevant trait. And if again you're going to say the trait is just that they are a Homo sapien or they have human DNA, like that's the statement. Well, that's basically, again, just circular to the argument or the question being asked. Like if I ask you what's the morally relevant trait difference between species A and species B, and you simply go, well, that one is called species A, well, I haven't really gained much insight.
Okay, well, what insight are you really asking for? Like what my
I'm asking for morally
relevant
relevant traits about the individual that matter as to why, again, with one, if I took their trait away from them, the human, I took this particular trait away from them, it would now be okay to exploit them in the same ways to these non-human animals. Like that's the trait I want to know. Is it really the trait of being called Homo sapien, or is it something else?
I honestly don't know, dude. I can see you guys' side, but I've grown up all my life around this shit.
Well, again, that's what we're saying. You grew up with it. You were indoctrinated into it. We all were. I grew up with this. VSL grew up with this. Odd grew up with this. Nick grew up with this. Lori grew up with this. We all grew up with this. Not a single one of us didn't. But at some point we went, shit, my actions are creating needless victims, when again, that really doesn't need to happen. I could avoid this. I don't need to participate in this. And we took strides to stop doing it. So it doesn't matter if you grew up or indoctrinated by it. By that argument, people who, again, are racist should continue to be racist off of the argument that they were, doing it since they were young.
I would like to also
Okay,
add that when there were slave owners, they used the same rhetoric. They said that the slaves would be better under their watch, right? They'd be better being cared for by the slave owner. They also said, well, they're mating with each other and making more. I'm just benefiting from their union. But they literally would put slaves together to make more children to be, sadly, slaves. So you're using the same rhetoric. And we're just saying that even though these two situations are not the exact same, right? The similarities are that there's sentient beings who are being robbed of their freedom and autonomy. And for the same reason, it's wrong to do it to humans. It's wrong to do it to animals because we all care about what happens to us. So I just want to make that clear. Using rhetoric that was used even against fellow humans. I don't know if, you really want to use that kind of logic. And to say, go ahead.
I was raised a Protestant Christian, so I believe animals were put on this earth as they should still be treated with the same respect. They're all God's creation, but I also believe.
Do you really is God really your moral compass? Like truly, are you like a hella religious person?
I wouldn't say I'm like a baby boomer, or not baby boomer, Bible boomer. I'm not like sitting there all day.
Because the thing is, if you actually look at this Bible, it's, a lot of it does talk about being compassionate and peaceful. And I just can't imagine how would Jesus compassionately and peacefully take the life of an animal.
Jesus wore his sandals that came from a byproduct of an animal.
That's an assumption that's being made. That's not something that's in the books. And also, you started to say earlier that you believe that animals were put here for us, but if you are going by the Bible, if you're going by Genesis, it actually says that the animals were created first, and then we were created after to take care of them as stewards. So, yeah.
Well, and I would say even if Jesus had leather sandals in that time is a different time than now. And I think that Jesus, if he knew he had an alternative, would choose to not take the life of an innocent being when he didn't need to. I'm sorry, Keith, you can say something.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I was just going to say, another thing to think about within this, right, is like the premise of what Odd said, like the initial creation of animals was in the Garden of Eden, right? If we're just going to go purely by scripture, well, we have in the Garden of Eden, the premise that no harm occurred whatsoever. Like no one ate any sentient beings within the Garden of Eden, not even other animals, which is the premise seen within the return of Jesus in I can never remember the very end, Exodus. I'm trying to remember, but
yes.
Exodus. So in Exodus, there's the excerpt, right, that says, upon Jesus's return, the wolf will lay with the lamb, the lion will stop chasing the gazelle. It's this long, infatuated statement that basically says animals, even animals, including humans, will stop consuming and attacking one another. So basically, from the premise of when, quote unquote, things are perfect, and to the end where things are, quote unquote, perfect again in terms of violence and measures like this.
Was it maybe Isaiah?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't think it was Exodus.
Exodus is at the end of Genesis.
Yeah.
Thank you, vegan heretic.
Yeah,
vegan heretics in the chat.
The line, the quote I'm talking about is the important one. It just talks about again when Jesus returns, and how it reaches this peaceful state again. So if the goal when things were quote unquote perfect, and also the end goal where things are once again quote unquote perfect is to eliminate or well, yeah, just pure elimination is like the best of the best, effectively, that would tell me in the time in between, the relative arc or story we should be following for ourselves would be to not cause needless exploitation to sentient beings, because like when things are perfect, we don't do any of that within these holy scriptures, right? So like, why not just follow that now to the best of our ability, which is what veganism is calling for. Like, this is literally why the Seventh-day Adventists, for instance, like it's a particular sect of Christianity, they have a high prevalence for consuming plant-based because of this exact scenario. It's about trying to avoid needless harm and exploitation of all sentient life rather than just only focusing on humans. It's recognizing all of God's creations rather than only looking at humans.
Okay, what would you say about the Passover in Exodus when they murdered many lambs as a sacrifice?
Yeah, I would just tell you that Jesus is like the main prophet, right, of any major religion from that time period that actually asked for the non-sacrificial components of animals any longer, right? They don't want to sacrifice animals any longer. That's why he has that famous statement of, I desire mercy, not sacrifice. That's what he literally said. So like that, along with the fact that when he went to the den of thieves, it wasn't purely to address the monetary issues going on within that, that den at that time. It was also to do with the grand amount of animal sacrifice that was occurring in that location, right? There was two components that were gnawing away at his morals and ethics within that whole period, right? So like Jesus, again, wouldn't want sacrifice of non-human animals. That's not something that he innately desires.
Yeah, and Jesus is often referred to as the Lamb of God because the idea is that Jesus was sacrificed so that there would no longer be any animal sacrifices needed from then on. So that is part of Christianity, is that all animal sacrifice was erased by the death of Jesus.
Okay, I personally believe that God and the Holy Spirit and Jesus are one. So I take multiple references to the Old Testament and the New Testament. Before Jesus, like you said, the Lamb of God, he came and said, you don't really need to be sacrificing innocent life for your sins, and that you can simply just pray and ask for atonement. But I also, if you go back to Genesis 9:3, you see every moving thing that lives shall be food for you.
Let's do this. Let's talk about that. So, are you a moving thing that lives?
Yeah.
Cool. So
people ate each other all the time back then, dude.
Would that mean that I can eat you?
I mean, if you killed me, maybe. I'm not putting it past you.
Don't just read that one part though. Read the whole thing, because it specifically states that before that time humans were not to be eating animals at all. If you read that statement, it's very clear that humans were not supposed to eat animals prior to that time.
The creepy crawly things? Vegan Heretic again. I'm pretty sure I saw one of his videos. He said that what the actual word is something to mean like creepy crawlies, like the bugs or something like that. Not necessarily the animals. But it doesn't matter. Honestly, like the whole point is, if you don't need to, right? We all know, regardless of what religion we believe, we know that animals don't want to feel pain. We know that animals want to live and have the next experience, right? So if we don't need to rob them of that, why not just live vegan?
I think it just boils down to a preference. I'm not saying
but what
one
about
side
their
is...
preferences? Because you're choosing your pleasure over them losing everything. And with chickens, I understand it's still hard to see, like, where do you get your chickens from?
Just they breed together. That I don't force them
Where
to.
did
They
you
just
originally
do.
get them?
It started years ago, back at getting from Tractor Supply, like we had talked
Okay.
about earlier.
So from then, since then, you've literally been demanding that somebody exist that has a mutation that serves you. Doesn't that sound like slavery?
Not to me, no.
So
Those
let's say I
chickens
start
are
breeding
long dead.
dogs. I really like dogs. I like puppies. But when they get to like
That's
2
in your
years
right.
old, I think that they're kind of ugly. So I just release them into the wild. They don't serve me anymore. So I just let them out into the woods. Just let dogs go constantly.
House
And then I
dogs
breed
are
more
the-
puppies. I just let them breed more puppies. And I cuddle the puppies. And I keep some for breeding. Not a lot of males. Right? Just let them go. Again, I just let them go into the forest. Does that sound like a responsible... Do I sound like a responsible person? Do I sound moral?
That's... I see that, yes, but...
Is it
we
moral?
typically don't...
Is
we
it
typically
moral?
don't let it... No, yeah, if you would let me finish.
Is it moral, yes or no?
Sure.
That's moral?
No, because they're going out and living in their wild, like how they were
It's
supposed to.
not moral. It's not moral.
How so?
No, I'm asking you. Is that what you said? It's
But they're
not
not
moral?
wild.
Is it moral or is it moral? Is it not or is it? I'm breeding
Sure.
dogs. I'm letting them into the forest. Do you think that is moral? Yes or no?
You could give them to you could give them to other people.
I don't do that. I
But
just let them into the woods. I do exactly what you
Well,
do,
then
but I'm
that's-
doing it with
it's kinda-
dogs.
it's kind of your own thing then.
So you think it's moral?
I never said it. I
I'm
said
asking
no.
you
I
right
given-
now. It's funny how much you wiggle. You
did-
can't
do you
answer
need me to
yes or
repeat
no. It's
myself
so
over
amazing.
3 times? I
You
said
can't
no.
say it.
I said no.
It's not moral.
Yes, it is not immoral.
Okay. Why
I've
do you
said
think
that
it's okay?
4 times.
Why do you think it's moral to do that to chickens?
I was just saying how we don't usually do that, and we give them to other
Why?
people that actually have a use for them.
You said you let them off into the woods. You said that.
Well, that was okay.
A lie?
I see what you're
So
talking about.
you're just a liar. You don't even have chickens. Okay. Well, you just have a good day. I'm done talking to you. You're a liar. You've been up here for almost an hour. What a liar. An hour of lying. You're a liar, liar, pants on fire. Like, you get to wear that badge proudly. You lied for almost an hour. Good job. Wow.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
That's great.
I mean, I really appreciate you guys giving me the moment because most backyard chickeners, if you get them into that conversation, they won't admit to it right away, but you can slowly lead them down to the road where they admit that they just let these animals wander off to get unalived by nature and they act like it's a regular thing. And when you get them to that point and everybody sees it, like, then they suddenly start, like I said, twisting and contorting themselves into these odd ethical frameworks that allows them to abandon animals to the elements and everything. So, yeah, if you could clip that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a total contradiction where he's saying, I breed them so that they get this super awesome four-star hotel life in my backyard. But then I also take like a whole ass group of them and throw them into the wilderness because I don't deem them worthy of hanging out with me because they don't give me something in return.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's an interpretation of Genesis that I read years ago that always kind of sat with me. And it was that the reason why the tree of life existed was because it was the food that God ate, or at least, what people believed was the food that God ate at that time. And so the idea was that Adam and Eve believed that if they ate that, they would then have the knowledge of God. And so that's truly what actually happened is that they began to believe that they had the knowledge of God, which is the knowledge of life and death and who should live, who should die, etc. And that's what led them to start unaliving animals and also breeding animals, because they believed that they have that they had the knowledge of God, uh, which is like, which has always stuck with me. But there's, I heard that there's belief that that's like the original meaning of that story. It's always stuck with me because it's like, we suck when we think that we're God.
Yeah, exactly. You start to miscalculate because you start to become overconfident and not really making the true judgment call. Yeah. Did you want to add something, Keith?
I was gonna say, part of me wants to start doing initial questions of do you want to see if you can win the abolitionist argument game? Because the name the trait component is effectively still an old argument from abolitionist period of what's the morally relevant trait between a white man and a black man effectively that would justify the enslavement of one and not the other. I just see okay, can you pass this test? And then we'll move on to the next litmus test, which would be non-human animals. And can you pass that one? Oh, apparently not.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that that there were slave owners who would eat humans.
Yes.
They would eat the slaves. They were cannibals.
Yep.
So
there's cookbooks.
Yeah. So the difference is not as big as we're making it out to be, and it is completely social construct.
Yeah. Yep. All right, I'm going to bring up nicotine because they've been waiting for a very long time. I don't know how many more people I'm going to do, but we'll definitely, I wanted to at least make time for nicotine. Hey, are you?
I just go ahead and drop now.
Okay.
Have a good night.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up, OD. If you're not following OD, please go follow. Great animal rights activist. Very active. Thanks. Definitely check him out.
I will say that my videos on my profile are not animal rights stuff at all. It's mostly me playing games and stuff.
Well, I mean, you go on live, so it's good they follow you. They can see you when you're up. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
See you.
Good night,
awesome. All right. See you, OD. Awesome. So, hey, nicotine, are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 24. I just wanted to ask a couple questions because I'm confused at your where you're standing and what you guys are saying. That's all.
Okay, go ahead.
One, are you saying that you're better and more sentient than plants, and that's why you can eat them?
Better? I don't know about that, but sentient, yes, I am sentient and plants are not.
But it's been proven that in Japan, when they tested out a microorganism and they laid out peanuts in the same way that they laid out all of the Japanese cities, the fungus that they were using laid out a better train system than what they had in Japan.
Yeah.
So
definitely fungus and slimes. They can have intelligence, but that still isn't sentience.
Sorry, nicotine, right? This is just showing a flow pattern, right? That can occur naturally through some relative landscape intelligence. If I put water at the top of a mountain, a whole bunch of water, the water will find naturally the most efficient route to the bottom of the mountain. That doesn't mean that the water is sentient.
Also, the thing that you're describing...
But it's been proven that plants communicate to each other and do have a type of...
Yes, nicotine, your phone is communicating with mine right now through the
yes, but my phone is not living and breathing and growing like a plant.
Be a shame for Odie to leave right now because he can speak some real facts about this.
That's why I came back up because this is my area of expertise. Now, first of all, the thing that you were talking about at the beginning there, that's slime mold that you're talking about, and that's not something that we eat. and it is not something, and it is not a plant. It's not even truly a fungus. It's actually another kind of organism that I cannot remember the name of right now. As far as the ability for plants to communicate with each other, etc. It's actually mostly believed that, I mean, yes, they do communicate using pheromones, but that's more of a chemical process that's happening.
There's new research that shows that they communicate in depth with one another.
So what you're talking about is one of two things. You're either talking about pheromone communication, which is a chemical reaction that is happening, or
I'm
you're
talking about electrical signals through the roots.
Okay, so that's the other thing. That's mycorrhizal communication, and so what that is that's actually primarily the fungus that is operating within that situation, and not the trees.
But that's not true, because I love nature and I do a lot of research on nature, and trees do communicate with each other. There's been multiple studies on multiple different organisms, like the largest living organism, which is the largest. I'm pretty sure it's a fungus, and it spans over this giant landmass, and it's a colony, and it communicates with each other and is constantly growing.
Right.
So I'm trying to wonder where your stance on
that's mycorrhizal.
is.
The thing that you just talked about is called mycorrhizal. So mycorrhizal literally translates to mushroom root.
No, I know that, but then there's also tree systems that scientists have proved talk to each other, and not through mycorrhizals, but through its own system.
So there is no electrical impulse that would be able to communicate from one tree to another. So I'm not sure what that was referencing.
I'm gonna look it up, because I know for a fact I've seen it.
I am an arborist. It is my job to know things about trees. So that is why I came back up. And I can tell you that the primary way that they communicate is either through pheromones or through mycorrhizal communication. There is not any kind of pulse or sound or anything like that they use to communicate with each other.
So
they can also communicate they can communicate genetically through pollen, but that's just reproduction.
But so this says, yes, trees communicate with each other through vast underground fungal networks, microclimates, what you were talking about. But
that's exactly what I was talking about.
It says sharing resources, sending warning signals out about pests or drought. And nutrient younger trees create a connected World Wide Web, similar to the internet. So that means they're literally sharing things about the soil, the environment around it, and doing multiple other things. So you're saying even though a system is able to learn, grow, adapt to the surroundings, and change with the surroundings, it's not intelligent.
So that's a misunderstanding of what's happening right there. And again, it is the mycorrhizal that is doing the bulk of the work there. It is the fungus that is doing the bulk of the work there. What is happening in those situations is that very naturally the plants, when they have excess, are pushing it into excess sugar, et cetera. They are pushing it into their root systems. And when that happens, that's then being passed through the mycorrhizal system to the trees that have less nutrients. And those trees then naturally absorb those nutrients and bring it into the tree. Now, the thing is, in order to communicate and to have sentience, to experience pain, etc., you need somewhere where you feel it. You need a brain or a nervous system. So where in the tree do you believe that the brain or nervous system exists?
So you're saying, I'm just question. I'm not claiming anything.
Right.
I'm
Yeah, so the trees do not contain a
so
brain or
are
nervous system or
jellyfish not alive and sentient then?
so I will go ahead and say I do not know about jellyfish. That is not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is trees. And I know that trees do not have any way of remembering anything. Because the way that we know that is because trees are really just continuation of cellular structure. So that's why you're able to cut a branch off of a tree and then use it to grow an entirely new tree. Because it's a continuation of cellular system. But if they had some way of remembering things or communicating more complex ideas, like danger, etc., through comprehension as opposed through chemical reaction, then where would that information be stored? It cannot be stored anywhere because if it were stored anywhere, that branch that was cut off would not be able to regrow. It would simply die. Because but the thing is that the cells that
what about sea stars? Sea stars also don't have a brain, and you can cut off their limb, and they can continue to grow a new limb.
I'm just on here, just kind of clarifying that there is not sentience within trees. Plants do not have sentience.
So if we found an animal that doesn't have sentience, like the sea star, the jellyfish, are you okay with us farming?
By definition, animals have sentience. That is part of the definition of animals.
So then are we saying that then we would have to recategorize what sponges, sea cucumbers, sea stars, jellyfish, sea squirts, the Portuguese man o' war, clam, and oysters?
Okay.
Are you going to say we have to reclassify?
Well, no, because we're certain that those all have sentience.
Yeah, look, nicotine. The point is that we don't need to do this to animals, and these animals that are on the fringe cases. Again, what if they are sentient? Just because we don't have the information now, that doesn't mean it's okay to start exploiting them, right?
So, but I'm just wondering if we found out in 10 years that plants have sentience.
I also just wanted to bring up, right, that animal agriculture is the #1 cause for deforestation. So if you do care about trees and plants,
but if you cared
then you
about
should go
animals,
vegan.
and if you would care about animals, you would care about all the
I'm
animals.
sorry, I didn't hear you. You were talking over me.
I said that if you cared about animals, you would be caring about all of the animals you have to unalive during
I don't think you just heard what I said, right?
All of the moles, all of the
I don't think you just heard what I said, and I can't mute you for some reason.
Of course, you don't want to hear what I have to say because
I don't think you just heard what I said, because now you're just responding to respond.
No, you have to use chemicals and things on all the crops.
Let's talk about
and
that.
But
we will. You and I will talk about that. But let's
Nicotine is crashing out.
Her thing first,
I'm not crashing out. I'm just calling out your hypocrisy.
I am a pesticide
I would like
manager.
to finish my point, though.
So let her speak. Yeah.
It's not hypocrisy, right? Because we feed far more beings right now by producing billions of animals per year than we would if everyone were to just go plant-based. So it's not hypocrisy. If you cared about plants and animals, you would go vegan.
Not true at all.
Okay,
because
so
you have to unalive.
What isn't true?
So for your crops to grow, you have to
Okay.
kill everything under the ground, on top of the ground, and in the sky.
Okay.
You
You
have to
didn't
make
hear
sure
what I
no
said.
bird, no pest, no ant. No, it doesn't. No, because again, for one, if we did that, cows and chickens would go extinct because those animals have to be living
Can you
in
mute him again? He's not hearing what I
Okay.
said at all. Like that, it's just ridiculous. Do you understand how?
Oh, he's gone.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just showing, if you see this right here, I won't show the other side because it has too much identifying information about me on there. But if you look at this right here, this is my commercial applicator's license because I am trained as a pesticide manager and a pest manager in general. So I know all about the stuff that was being brought up there, and I know that vegans are the ones we are the ones who are actually doing the work towards actually reducing crop deaths and things like that. We're the ones out there trying to actually do it. And I can tell you that as a pesticide manager, that the amount of pesticide that is allowed to be present in products that are used as food for livestock is a lot higher than the amount of pesticide that's allowed to be present for food that's intended for humans, for human consumption. So what that means is that you are more fiercely unaliving the animals in those fields for the things that are intended for animal consumption.
Yeah, and just to back up Sierra's point, will it let me do it? What the heck? Oh. Here we go. I don't know if you can blow me up as well for a moment. But yeah, so what was his name?
Oh, the last guest?
Yeah. Oh, are they already gone?
Yeah,
Nicotine.
Well, yeah, I know they left, but I thought they were still in the comments. But yeah, nicotine. So global land use for agriculture across different diets. This is taken from Max 2018, reducing food's environmental impact through producers and consumers. It's the largest study to date on this topic. So our current world uses this much cropland in brown. We also have this land that we clear cut to make room for a bunch of cows, pigs, chickens, etc. A bunch of invasive species, effectively. So we have this much for cropland as it is right now to feed 8 billion people. In the models that we see below it, it's for feeding up to 10 billion humans in different methods outside of what we do right now. So here's the method where there was no beef or mutton. Yeah, it reduces the pasture land quite a bit. The total cropland still stays relatively high, 1.17 instead of 1.24. If there's no beef, mutton, or dairy, it's 1.1. If there's no meat, red meat, dairy, or poultry, it's 1.01. So basically just eggs and fish only. And then if it's fully plant-based and vegan, it's 1 billion. So if you were concerned about totality of harm happening in croplands, guess what?
Yep. Exactly. Yep. I mean, and I sometimes will just point at the trophic pyramid too, because that's pretty straightforward, right? Too, it's like that energy transfer, but that study just lays it out so clearly.
Yeah, they just clearly weren't willing to learn. They didn't even let me finish, and they started spouting off, if you really cared about animals, you wouldn't kill plants.
Well, and they weren't even listening.
He had as many like clearly written down on paper, like he came up with like an objective and already an idea in mind if he was right.
Yeah, those are some pretty quick pivots.
Yes. He clearly had I don't know, at one point he rattled off 10 likely non-sentient animals, the most contentious for their sentience animals that probably exist, and he just clearly got those from a web page or AI or something like this.
I mean, is he going to eat jellyfish? What are you using jellyfish for?
Apparently he's going to eat slime mold.
Yeah, he's going to eat slime mold too.
Yeah, there are
Hey,
cultures that do
Troy
eat
in the
jellyfish, but
chat.
it's super rare.
Oh, that is
Sorry,
very
Keith, didn't mean to interrupt you, but hey, Troy in the chat. Just because you don't like when a woman is firm and educated doesn't mean I was rude,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So
You weren't
you
rude.
should probably stop with the misogyny. It doesn't look too great.
I mean, even if we are rude, how kind am I supposed to be to someone who's defending doing what they want to an animal, you know? Like, not that you were not rude, but it's just like, I don't know, how kind am I supposed to be to an animal abuser anyway?
Yeah. And there's someone in the comments kind of rebuking something that Sierra had said about the clear cutting of the forest, etc. And it's like, do y'all remember in 2019 when the Amazon rainforest caught on fire, and it was like the biggest fire in the Amazon rainforest to that time? Do y'all happen to remember why it happened? It was because there was some cattle producers who wanted that land in order to graze the cattle. So they burned down one of the most precious resources in our world, the Amazon rainforest. I mean, obviously they didn't burn down the whole thing, but quite a large portion of it.
Should I bring up Rosella? They're saying they're, quote, vegan, but think it's okay to eat fish and they want to debate. But that makes me feel like they're a child just wanting to come up here and do something.
I'm gonna drop it. Rosella is
Okay.
somebody who gets on a lot of lives.
Okay.
That is someone who
It's
shows up
just
a
to
lot.
run a mental exercise. It's not for a genuine conversation.
Yeah, Keith can tell you what happens with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop.
We've all seen her around.
Okay. Maybe I've talked to her before and I don't remember. Honestly, I just don't remember most of the people that I have harsh conversations with. I'm like, you're not worth my memory. Should we pull her up? I don't have anyone else requesting.
How come Troy isn't coming up?
I don't know.
He's preaching to me about being vegan in the comments.
Troy the Wonder Boy. Come on up.
Are you vegan, Troy, or are you just a hypocrite?
I sent an invite. I mean,
Don't
Rosella,
run away, Troy. You had a lot to say.
With gentle correction. Oof, I don't like that language. Come on, Troy, come on up. Let's go. I do have Jake. Come on, Jake. Maybe Jake will be more real.
Vegans. Kill yourself.
So you're a child. Got it. Go ask your mummy why you shouldn't talk to strangers on the internet. I mean, like, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like you really could get hurt. You should really not do that. Well, I'm going to bring up Rosella just out of boredom. And honestly, Rosella, if it gets too heated, I'm just going to drop you. Just be prepared for that. Hey, I'm assuming you said you're 20.
Hi.
And I assume you've been
Yeah,
on
I'm
other. I feel
20.
like we've talked before. Like, I feel like.
Yeah, we have.
Oh,
It was
okay, I
really
thought so.
briefly. It was a while ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw my comment. I think you did, but I basically like follow vegan ethics. And I do consider myself vegan, but I think that it's okay to kill some fish under very specific circumstances.
Oh,
I can
okay.
elaborate if you want.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so the majority of fish that we consume are carnivorous animals. Right?
Oh,
Which means that
okay. Yeah.
in the wild they
No,
commit
I'll stop
several
you here. I
rights.
know exactly where you're going. You're just going to the carnivore culling theory.
Well, it's a
right?
good theory.
It's not, though. It's not.
Where within
Okay.
veganism is there a prescriptive statement about like a punishment system?
It's not about punishment. I didn't really get to finish what I was saying, so maybe if you like listen to me, then you would. Yeah.
I mean, I
So,
know the theory already, but I'll let you finish.
It seems like Keith doesn't. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it is based off of punishing
Well-
someone who you claim as being exploitative.
it's not about punishment. If you could let me explain, maybe you would like have a better chance of understanding. But I mean, like, yeah, I just believe that if an animal is gonna commit all of these rights violations in its lifetime, and by unaliving them, we can save potentially thousands of other animals. I don't see the wrongdoing in that. I think that if it was the case that a lion was gonna attack a small child, I would have no problem interfering and
I'm
unaliving
But
the
also, by
tiger.
this logic, we should unalive the small child who doesn't have any plans of going vegan.
No, not necessarily. I can explain why.
Yeah, again, this is the problem of applying a punishment system within the framework
I
of
said I can
veganism.
explain why. Are you
Well,
interested in
this
hearing?
is a punishment system,
All
despite
right,
what you
let,
said.
let her explain. I'll hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think the symmetry breaker between doing this to non-human animals and doing this to human beings is going to be because with human beings, we can enforce this upon them, right, in ways that are more practical. Like, for example, legislation, laws, things of that nature. This would also apply to, like, pets that are deemed as being obligate carnivores, like cats. We can force them to be vegan. We can feed them plant-based diets, or we could even feed them like carnivorous animals that we unalive.
Why can't we do that for fish?
Yeah, I don't think we have the resources to set up like giant enclosures
Oh,
in
so
the
it's about
ocean right now.
practicality.
I mean, like, not necessarily. I mean, I think that I think it's a very urgent thing, right? Like, if fish
Well,
are
do you think a
committing,
fish
like,
cares about
horrendous
what
rights
happens to them?
violations. Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, do you think that, I mean, obviously I believe in self-defense. I do agree with that line, but I don't agree with prematurely going after someone because you assume you know their actions. I understand that animals are in this survival situation, but I mean, would you rather than we just have fishless oceans? Like, are we going to
No, not
wipe out all
necessarily. So,
carnivores? And if it's only
no,
for
no,
fish, why not for also mammals? Why aren't you talking about
but yeah,
lions
no,
and
this would apply to them. But I think that
okay.
fish are more like relevant in the vegan conversation because
So
we
right
obviously do
now,
consume
you're telling me you would
lions. But
advocate people to go hunt lions,
yeah, I would deem it to be like
shoot their babies.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Shoot their babies? I mean, like, if
Well,
it's
I
gonna
think that we're
save
just going to have to
lives.
disagree because I think
Well,
that it's
listen, you can
wrong.
act like
You're just
it's
doing,
a
look, what you're doing is you're saying, I condemn you because you're going to take life. So I'm going to do exactly what I'm condemning you for.
yeah, but but by doing
So
so,
you're
you
a
would save like
murderer.
potential
You're a
thousands.
murderer. Since you're going to
Murder
kill
has to be
fish, you
unjust.
should be taken out. You just admitted
Yeah,
you're
murder
going to
has
do
to be
this.
unjust.
You said
Murder
it's
has to be
unjust.
unjust.
It's unjust.
It's not.
It's
You're yet to
unjust.
make the case as to
So
why it's
you're telling
unjust.
me it's okay for someone like Dexter to actually exist in the world? He's a vigilante who
I mean,
used his powers for good, right?
Okay, well, to be clear, I think that there's more optimal ways of that. But I mean, if it's the case that there's nothing else we can do and these people are going to keep offending, yeah, obviously.
I think that's
That's
terrible
not
because,
absurd.
yeah, I don't think that we should go after people that don't understand. Like, okay, maybe we can set up a system before we try to take them out. But right now, I'm not going to advocate for someone to go psychotically go wipe out somebody just because you think they might go hurt someone.
Okay, that's not why I'm advocating. Okay, let me make this entirely clear. It's basically 100%. I'm 100% sure that carnivorous fish will cause rights violations in the wild, right? And
Well, so
several
will
of them.
humans.
A
lot of humans
yeah,
that
I
you can't
mean,
even
like,
communicate
if it's the
with or
case
reason
that,
with.
okay, if it's the case that a human being is gonna unalive like other human beings, yeah, I think we should
Animals.
take them out.
Even animals. Other
Yeah,
humans who
okay.
you can't reason with will hurt animals. Are you going to just mass wipe out humans too?
Okay, I think the analogous thing to say here, right, is that if we have a human being who is severely cognitively impaired, and we cannot
Doesn't even
reason
need
with
to be
them,
that
and they're going
impaired.
to okay, can I finish what I'm saying?
I'm
Like,
just saying,
say
they don't
have
have
like
to be
the
that
cognitive.
impaired.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just say they have like the cognitive function of that of like a lion, right, or even a fish, to make it even more analogous.
Sure.
If we know for an absolute fact that this entity cannot be contained in any way, and they're going to commit all of these rights violations upon other human beings, I'm
No,
100% okay taking
animals,
them out.
animals. They're gonna do this to
How do you
animals,
think there's a
not
morally
humans.
relevant difference? Wait, do you think that there's a morally relevant difference between humans and non-human animals?
I just think that you're gonna go after
This feels like
people.
a dodge. I'm looking for a yes or a no.
I do think it's horrible to harm animals, but I also think a lot of people don't understand what's wrong. And if you really wanted to solve this real fast, you just go out and wipe out most humans right now. Because
I mean,
there's a
not
lot of
necessarily.
humans
I
I've
think you should-
spoken to. I don't know how many humans have you spoken to that said, "I understand what you're saying to go vegan, but I'm not going to do that." Are you then going to go pew pew those humans?
I already
Because there's a
explained
lot of
that.
them.
That would be
No,
irrational.
these are not cognitively deficient humans. These are fully cognizant
Yeah,
humans.
okay. I already explained this to you. Do you want me to explain it for
I
you
just
again?
think
Like
this
we
is
can obviously
insane.
we can
You're
force human
literally.
beings to stop
I just
abusing
think this is
animals. We do it
insane.
every single day.
I
We
think
do
it's
it every single
insane.
day.
I do what every day?
Yeah, we enforce. Okay, we enforce people to stop abusing animals.
Yeah,
We
but
enforce
hey,
laws
maybe
to
this is the
protect them.
difference. Do you believe in the death penalty for humans?
I think if it's the case that it will, okay, if it's like 100% certain that this person
So
will
it's
never
okay
stop
to do this
offending.
to
Okay, wait,
animals,
can you
but
let me
not
finish?
humans. Got it. Okay.
Wait, you didn't even let me finish. I
Go
said,
ahead.
okay, yeah, I said if it's the case that a human being will never stop committing rights violations and there's nothing we can do to contain that. And yeah, I think that to say that that's irrational or absurd,
I think it's,
it's
you know what
absurd
I
in
think is
itself.
irrational? I think what's irrational is you going around promoting this theory when you're going to just cause harm.
You
And that's
can't
what
even
really
critique
upsets
it.
me. I can. You're going to cause harm. You're harming others. And I'm going to make sure I don't bring you up anymore because genuinely you're saying it's okay to go out and hurt others because you think that they have some, horrible trait. And I just think that's a terrible way to go at that. You shouldn't be going around advertising, hey, look, there's a way that we can kill someone. Yay! Why are you going around advertising that people should go out and pew pew innocent animals who care about what happens to them?
Yeah, hunters would agree with you, right? Like hunters
Exactly.
would be your BFF. Yeah, and they wouldn't go plant-based.
And they
Like,
wouldn't.
it doesn't
I
make
mean, again,
sense.
the main she kept saying it wasn't a punishment or like an enforcement system, but then literally
It's
used the
totally a
word
punishment.
enforce.
She's
Yeah, literally
punishing
used the word
preactive or
enforce.
beforehand.
Yeah, again, veganism is not a punishment system. It's not a law enforcement system. It is literally just a self-directed, ethical constraint for you as a moral agent, how you personally should act. It's not about looking at others causing some amount of harm and dictating how they should act in all circumstances. It's just about you internally.
Yeah.
Like anything outside of this, is certainly worthy of discussion, and within the idea of culling all these carnivores, if we were to deem this as logically consistent to do that, right? Well, the other thing that we would have to reasonably account for is still, again, within the definition of veganism, within the realms of what's possible and practicable. It's not a practicable solution to take planet Earth and its current paradigm of species, where the stakes of most animals are so perilous that if we went in and eradicated an entire species, on top of all the other species that are currently being eradicated because of things like animal agriculture and ecosystem destruction, and then exacerbating that further, is very much leading to the potentiality of the collapsing of entire ecosystems.
Yeah.
I don't see the collapsing of ecosystems as a practicable solution to this moral dilemma in front of you.
Yeah.
If you and I and everyone else, or whoever, I guess just even one single individual became omnipotent and omniscient, all-knowing, all-powerful, and they could, just wave a magic wand and make ecosystems still flourish and handle fine, and we could all still live our lives on planet Earth without worrying about the destruction of ecosystem and ecoregions, fantastic, along with the other wave of this magical wand would cause all harm to first of all just no longer stop. You could just wave the magical wand and make them all herbivorous or whatever action you want them to do. right? You can make all all
Yeah.
animals in this situation absorb energy from the sun rather than from any kind of material.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
she would
go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say she would agree with culling all cats, like all stray cats,
Oh, yeah.
or even
Well,
even maybe cats who have homes.
she mentioned something about we can force cats to be plant-based. She did say that. And then I mentioned, like, why can't we do that for fish?
That's
And then
not
she said
true.
it's not practical. And I said, well, then it's just coming down to practicality and that killing them is easier versus trying to find a different solution.
Yeah, what about stray cats?
Yeah, she'd probably say
That's-
cull them.
That's
It sounds
clearly
like
not the case.
It sounds like she's very much for, because what I've heard this as is the carnivore culling theory. So all these
Yeah.
odd order carnivores should be wiped out. But honestly, even
Well,
herbivores
odd-
in the wild cause harm to other animals. So
Sorry, and not to cut off, but like that term that they throw around, odd order predators, isn't even a real.
I don't.
like,
They just mean
it's not a
they're trying to
term
say a
that
specific
actual
group.
biologists use. It's not a
Yeah.
real thing.
Yeah, I've actually had. I've
There's no
tried to look it up before.
deterministic value we can measure that meaningfully tracks because we're not omniscient. We don't have the full capacity and rationale to understand every slight, interconnected component in every single ecosystem out there. We might, in this process of just trying to unalive quote unquote odd order predators, not realize how important a particular predator was to that ecosystem, and then voila, it's now destroyed. And you can't bring it back because, well, you unalived them all.
Yeah. When I brought up, we should also just wipe out all humans, and she said that we can reason with humans, but the humans we can't reason with, that can't be contained, I guess we should just take them out. And I'd feel like that.
Yeah,
feel
I've
like-
seen a few people talking that online. It's such a weird line of reasoning that
That
oh,
sounds
we can
like
unalive animals if we do it in a specific way, and it has to do with welfare of some other animal. And it's like, what?
Well, and like what I was trying to say is, like there are areas where people are living in a place that doesn't have access, that would prefer it to stay that way, and they may not be able to be reasoned with. And then, so would you then wipe out this area? And to me, that sounds similar to like how colonialists used to be. They used to go and wipe out groups that weren't thinking like them. And that's why I'm like, I just feel like you need to have a justice system that's actually, an actual justice system if you're going to be holding people accountable for animal deaths, because right now we do have something for that for humans, but we don't have that quite for animals. So it's hard to hold people accountable for what they do to animals. And I feel like when you go after fish like this, it's just, I don't know. I just feel like it's unfair to the fish. And I was just trying to understand, like, why would you want to be unfair to the fish? I do understand the fish are being unfair, but wouldn't you want to find another solution so that nobody has to die? I don't know. I'm still just, I guess I'm running too much.
It's like the argument should be like, if we became so powerful that we could control the system in any meaningful way, because like, yeah, if we started again going out and doing this in any quote unquote meaningful way right now, we're going to destroy countless ecosystems.
Yeah, of course.
If you actually followed through with this and unalived every spider, every ant that eats any kind of meat, any kind of hornet, any kind of ground animal, any kind of bird, any kind of you got to understand how many freaking species of animals exist on this planet and how interconnected many of them are within their ecosystem. And your ability to deterministically, in any meaningful capacity, get to any kind of quote unquote odd ordered predator, when most biologists don't even recognize such a term as being, factual or meaningful. No, sorry, I don't find any grounding meaning in your argument. If again, if someone were to Jesus fucking Christ himself appears out of nowhere and he says, I've got the magic wand. If I wave this wand, it'll make it so that no harm ever happens to anyone ever again. All the carnivorous animals will stop doing what they're doing, and all the ecosystems will continue to flourish as they have been. Sure, wave the wand. Go ahead. But there's no way to do this quote-unquote hypothetical waving of that wand in a way, as it stands right now with our current level of knowledge and understanding, that wouldn't result in the mass destruction of countless ecosystems, or without just making arbitrary decisions about who and who not to unalive.
Yeah.
And it won't make people think about going vegan.
It won't. It'll just
It'll
make
just
them.
confuse people.
Yeah, and
Correct. It's a different. This is why I said, like, again, this is a punishment system. This
Yeah.
could be a punishment system that follows some kind of trend of vegan mentality, but this is not veganism. Veganism purely would be an ethical stance against non-exploitative practices from your position, what you personally should be doing, not necessarily saying what actions you should be taking against others who are being exploitative, because like there's no like excerpt right within the definition of veganism to be like, oh, and by the way, if you're vegan, make sure if you find someone who's a non-vegan, you punch them in the face. Like there's no punishment system ingrained within veganism.
Yeah.
It's literally just, how should I act? That's it.
You know, I guess also she would probably eat chickens too, right? 'Cause chickens eat bugs.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, pretty much any kind of animal. Like, yeah, I mean, this would effectively call for like the mass culling of, you know, because that's like the thing too, is like we genuinely would have like the capacity to, I guess, potentially do that, of just like mass cull and unalive all the chickens currently held somewhere. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess the only thing that you can say there is like, yeah, you can feed a chicken a grain diet if they're left inside all the time, but yeah.
I mean, it's
Otherwise,
the same
they
thing that
are.
you could do with fish, right? That's what I was trying to say, is like there are food alternatives that we can do. Yes, I understand the practicality, but it's like, so you're just saying that out of convenience, I'm going to take their life. When I was trying to point to the humans, you're like, well, I can reason with them. And it's like, but not all humans are going to reason with you. So you're just going to, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just going down it again. I was just blown away. I'm like, I don't understand why you're so okay with taking life. And then she was also hesitant on saying that she's for the death penalty. Like, you know, like that shows right there, like you shouldn't be just offing people just because you assume you think they're going to do whatever. We can't even prove when someone
That
does do
girl
something.
is in all sorts of anti-abortion lives.
Oh, yeah.
She's just doing it to be contrarian.
Yeah. I just hate that theory.
She wants people to talk about her.
Oh, well, then I fed into that. She's not the only one that spreads that theory. So it's not her. That there's other vegans I've heard advertising this theory. So that's why it
When we
frustrates
got empty
me.
cages.
Yeah. There's that, like I said, yeah, that's other. I honestly, I just don't understand the line then in that theory. Like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't then just pew all these humans that are in every other way normal people, but they've gotten a bad habit of using animals and they think it's okay. Like, they just don't understand. I just don't think I can take their life. It sounds crazy to me. I don't know. I'm going to end it here though, guys. I don't have any other requests and I've been up for 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I think I'm going to call it there for today. I really appreciate y'all being up here. If you aren't following Keith, Big Nick Energy, or Sierra Vegan Food, please go follow them. They're great vegan activists, always active. And Keith, you'll find him sometimes on Tofu Whisperer. He'll go live there. But please go follow, especially Sierra, because I think she puts up recently some really good challenging posts. So I just definitely want to fluff up Sierra a little bit. Everyone go check out Sierra Vegan Foodies page, okay? Anybody else want to say anything before I end it?
Yes, Vegan Stoner Lady is amazing. If she started a religion, I would join.
The VSL religion.
I thought it already did start.
That's true.
It is, you're right.
Isn't it when I do this thing, right? Okay, so I do that button, and then I do this button, and then I do this button, and then this one.
Oh, thank you.
Does that make me? I'm part of the religion now.
Yay! You've been indoctrinated. You've been
No, we
welcomed
chose
into
this. We chose this. There's
That's
no
true.
indoctrinating.
Fair enough. Okay, good point. Well, welcome to the Church of VSL. Oh yes, thank you, David. So this Saturday, anti-animal use will be live somewhere else. I can't say because I'll get issues done to my channel apparently. So just look up anti-animal use on some platform somewhere and check us out Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. PST time. We'll be live interviewing people face to face. And otherwise, I'll be live probably on Friday around the same time. The 4:22-ish is when I'll try to be live. So other than that, I'm going to call it there. You guys have a great vegan day.
Yep. See ya.
You too. Bye.
See ya. Bye. Oh, I got to move that. All right. Bye. Hey, YouTube. Thanks for the patience with me and sitting through all those transitions of lives. And oh my God, there's 20 of you. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to the vegans. Thank you to all the donations. Thank you, David, for reminding me to plug anti-animal use. All right, guys. Anti-animal use on YouTube, which I can say now. Appreciate y'all. Okay, I will catch you on Friday night. If not, then I'll see you Saturday morning. Have a great vegan night.